Good morning. This is call of the meeting, special board meeting for the El Paso Community College. Anyone that would like to join this meeting can go to https://www.youtube.com/user/go-epcc. Okay, I want to welcome everyone here today. Pam, please call the roll, please.
Mrs. Robles. Mrs. Robles.
Present.
Mr. Uxer is on his way. He'll be here shortly. Ms. Pena will not be joining us today either. Ms. Sanchez.
Here.
Dr. Graham.
Here.
Ms. Nahara.
Here.
Mr. Haggerty.
Here. Okay, any public comment? No? Okay, I think we don't have a flag, so I think we should do the flag.
We do not.
We don't have a flag, so we'll skip the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, no public comment, so we're gonna go to number 5, Pam.
Section 5, discussion and action items. Item 5.1, Mr. Gunnar Sequist, partner Bickerstaff, Delgado, and Acosta will present an initial redistricting assessment for the El Paso County Community College District.
Good morning, board members. I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you, I think, before we got started, but for those I didn't have that chance, my name is Gunnar Sequist. I am a partner with the law firm of Bickerstaff Heath out of Austin, and it is our pleasure and privilege to be able to assist the district with its redistricting based on the 2020 census data. My goal here today is just to give you an initial assessment, talk to you a little bit about the redistricting process, and then give you a summary of what the 2020 census data shows for the district so that you have an idea of kind of what we'll be looking at and what changes you'll be needing to consider as we go through the redistricting process. First is redistricting is a legal requirement under the federal constitution. Every 10 years after the census data comes out, we have to redistrict to make sure that the district's single member board of trustee districts are in compliance with the federal one person, one vote standard. That comes from the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. That is the primary legal requirement that the board has to meet, but when we are doing redistricting, we have to keep in mind at least 2 other bodies of federal law as well. And I'll talk a little bit about that this morning just so you understand some of the components that go into a redistricting process and what we as the lawyers will be looking at as the board goes through the drawing process. And the first is, of course, we're subject to the Federal Voting Rights Act. It used to be, for those of you who may have done this process in prior redistricting cycles, Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act used to require pre-clearance for bodies in Texas. So you might remember you might have gone through the process and then had to submit that to the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. and get it approved before it could be implemented. Because of the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Shelby County versus Holder back in 2013, we no longer have to go through that process. But we still comply with the Voting Rights Act. And in particular, the primary provision that's applicable now is Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which is a non-discrimination provision, which we'll be making sure any plans that come out of this board are compliant with that. And I'll talk a little bit more about what those requirements look like. On the other side of that, the Supreme Court has given us a little bit of a balancing act because it's also given us this Shaw versus Reno line of cases, which I'll talk a little bit about, which basically says, as far as the redistricting process goes, although it's a political process, race is a proper consideration to make sure that we are compliant with federal law, but beyond that, this is a race-neutral process. We don't draw based on race or ethnicity. So those are sort of the 3 legal principles that will govern this. Redistricting, the one person, one vote requirement, again, comes from the Constitution, applies to any governmental body that has single member districts. And just for anybody who may be watching, a single member district is a legislative type district or a board district where a candidate runs from a particular geographic area and the voters in that area vote for that particular person. That's different, for example, from an at-large seat like your mayor, county judge that are elected from the whole area of the body at large. So for single member districts, what the Constitution tells us is that they have to have approximately equal population. Just based on the way people are situated geographically within districts, it's almost never possible to have them exactly equal across the board. So what the courts have told us is we look to make sure that the districts are within a total maximum deviation that is less than 10%. Now, when we talk about a total maximum deviation, the way we calculate that, and I'll show you an example in just a second, is we take the total population and we divide it by the number of the districts, so you could get a theoretical ideal number if you could divide them equally. Then we take the difference between the most populated district above that ideal and the least populated below. And that difference between the highest populated district and the lowest populated district is going to give us the total maximum deviation. To make sure that we are in compliance with federal law, that number, that total maximum deviation, has to be less than 10%. So this is our sample. If we had a district with only 4 districts, if I had one that was 10% above the ideal, which would be our A in this example, and one that was 20% below, which is our D in this example, that would be a total maximum deviation of 30%. Obviously, that would be above our 10%, so this hypothetical district here would have to redistrict to get down below 10%. So that's how the one person, one vote requirement works. As I mentioned, the reason that we are doing this process now is because the 2020 census data has been released. And what we get from that census data is the PL 94-171 file. You don't need to know that name, but basically what that is it gives us block level information. And what the Census Bureau does is it divides the geography up into small geographic blocks, and then it gives us population and demographic information for those smaller blocks. It'll give us the total population, it gives us the voting age population, and we get some information on race and if there is a Hispanic origin. And that's what the census gives us. Those blocks, those census blocks, are the smallest geographic unit for which we have the necessary census information. And so as we go through this process, you'll hear me talk a little bit about census blocks, because sometimes you might wonder, well, why can't we move the line here just a couple streets over this way or that? And a lot of times we can't do that because it would split a census block. The smallest unit we can work with or make moves to is those census blocks. And the reason for that is if we split those, then we no longer know where the population is within that block or what the demographic makeup is within the sections of the block. So as we go through this, just a reminder, we will be keeping our census blocks together. What kind of population do we use in this process? There are two types. The first, again, is total population, and that is what the courts have told us that we are supposed to consider when we are looking at the one person, one vote standard. So when we are balancing population between the districts, we look at total population. We don't take into account anything else. When we are looking and analyzing our voting rights issues, that's where we look at that voting age population, because that's going to give us the demographic information to know what our populations are of our protected minority groups within the district. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, as I mentioned, is the anti-discrimination provision. And basically what it says is that when you're drawing districts, you can't do so in a way that discriminates on the basis of race or language minority status. Usually what you'll hear that talked about is voter dilution, drawing districts in such a way that you are either cracking, splitting up a cohesive minority population to dilute their voting power, or packing, overloading in one particular district minority voters as to dilute or weaken their power in other districts. So those are the kind of the hallmarks of voter dilution. It's not the only thing that we look at Section 2, but those are the primary things. Although we will certainly be analyzing for Section 2 purposes any maps that the district draws here, the population of El Paso, of course, is overwhelmingly Hispanic, and so from a Section 2 standpoint, I don't think you're going to have any potential issues there. But I put it out there just to know that that is one of the things that we're going to be looking at. On the other side of the coin, like I was saying, the Supreme Court has said we're really the redistricting process is ultimately a race-neutral one. The Supreme Court has said you can't use race as a predominant consideration in drawing redistricting plans. So what the court has said is, if you're gonna consider or use race or ethnicity, you have to do that in a way that's narrowly tailored to address a compelling governmental interest, which is basically fancy legal language to say, if you're gonna consider race or ethnicity, you do so only to make sure that your plan complies with Section 2. That is, that you're not diluting minority voting power. Beyond that, it's not a proper consideration for redistricting purposes. One of the things that we always ask the board to do, and I think you should have before you as an action item today, are to adopt some redistricting criteria. These are basically the legal standards that will govern this process and that the courts have said are proper considerations in formulating a redistricting plan. One, if you're going to change districts, we use identifiable boundaries. That's major roadways, geographic features, creeks, rivers, canals, things like that. The reason for that is it just makes it easy for people to identify where a district starts and where the next district, or where a district ends and where the next district starts. Maintaining communities of interest in neighborhoods. Again, if you have particular areas that have consistently been grouped together, we try to keep those folks together. Again, because of population changes, there are going to have to be some shifts, so some folks will end up in different districts, but we try to keep, communities of interest in neighborhoods together. We try to use whole voting precincts when we make our changes. We suggest just moving whole voting precincts. The reason is that way everybody's voting precinct stays the same. If you end up drawing a line through a voting precinct, which sometimes you have to do, you can do that. It just sometimes results in some confusion in terms of people being moved to a different voting precinct. Their polling locations can change, those types of things. We base the plan on existing districts. Sometimes I'll come into a redistricting and someone will have an idea just to scrap the whole plan and start fresh and start drawing new lines everywhere. We typically recommend not doing that. It causes great confusion. One of the criteria we recommend is to base your plan on your existing districts, make the changes you need to get it back in balance, but that's going to result in the least amount of confusion for the residents and voters of the district. Again, adopting districts of relatively equal size within that 10% deviation. Trying to draw districts that are compact and contiguous. You'll see when we start looking at maps, everything is not going to be exactly a geographic shape of a square. There are always going to be some kind of funny shapes, but we try to keep them as compact as we can and not have long, stringy districts or otherwise very irregularly shaped districts. Keeping incumbents in their districts. When we go through, we'll get information for where the incumbents currently live in your district, and we'll make sure that any changes we make don't affect that. The reason we do that is because all of you have worked very hard to serve your constituents. Your constituents have come to rely on being able to vote for you, and so we don't want to draw anybody out and break that constituent incumbent relationship. And then we narrowly tailor the plan to comply with the Voting Rights Act. So there's a board resolution that'll be an action item after the presentation here, basically just setting out these criteria as the criteria to follow as we go through this process. The other thing is there's a second board resolution, and that's a resolution that talks about guidelines for public participation. As we go through, I'll talk about some of the opportunities that there will be for the public to participate in the redistricting process. And in addition to giving comments, we also invite the public, if they wish to submit their own plans or alternatives or suggestions on what they would like to see. Those guidelines in that second resolution are basically just setting some standards for how we'd like to receive that input. And the main purpose for that is just to make sure that everybody's operating under the same guidelines, so that the plans that they are giving, that one citizen is giving, is the same as everyone else's, and also the same format as what we're going to be working with the board on, so that at the end of the day, when we get that input, the board is able to make kind of an apples to apples comparison as opposed to trying to compare kind of two different formats. Or one of the guidelines, for example, is that if you're going to submit a plan, it has to redistrict the whole district. Sometimes what we get is folks will just kind of redraw the district that they live in without showing us how that would affect the rest of the district. And if you don't have the full map, you can't really analyze whether those changes make sense or not. So that's kind of what those guidelines are for. And that's also a resolution that will be before you today. So ultimately, as we go through the process, in terms of balancing the legal issues, we analyze the plan to make sure it conforms to those criteria. We make sure that that analysis is considered by the board, and then we avoid the districts that aren't compact. We keep everything assessment is what we're here doing today. I'm giving you kind of the initial run-through as well as a summary of the data in a moment. We'll have the planning criteria or criteria and guidelines for you to adopt. After that, what my firm will do is prepare what we call an illustrative plan. It's just an example to get the discussion started, and I'll bring that back and we'll do at least one, maybe two drawing sessions with the board. And the way that works is we do everything online. For those of you who may have gone through this process before, it used to be that we'd pull out big maps and get around it and get on the floor and actually draw on it, and then you'd have to kind of go and do the calculations and figure out how that worked. Much more involved and laborious process. What we have is software where we've already uploaded the shape files for the district, and we can draw in real time. I'll be able to put it up on the screen, and any changes that you all would like to see, we can just make electronically right there, and as soon as you do it, you'll be able to see how that affects population, how it shifts demographics, and to whether or not it gets the districts into compliance on the one person, one vote standard. So we'll be able to do that. It makes the process much easier, much quicker. But what we do is we just kind of give you an example plan to start off with to work from when we do that process. That plan is just that. It's just an example. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys, the ultimate drawing is going to come from the board, not from our firm. So we just give you something to start off with, and then any changes that you would like to see, we go from there. Once the board has had an opportunity to get a plan that it is comfortable with, we then work with the board to publish that plan, get it out to the community so that folks have a chance to review it. And then we work to have a public comment and hearing, a public hearing where there can be public comment. Typically, we just do that as a meeting, at a regular board meeting, and we put the plans out. I'll give a little presentation to discuss how we got to where we are, and then we invite the public up for comment as well as to submit any plans that they may have. If the board wants to do more public interaction with that, that's certainly something I can discuss with you, but generally that one public hearing is sufficient. Once we have that, our firm will analyze those comments, put them in a report, and give you an analysis of the plans that have been submitted or any comments that have been received. And then we'll come back for a final adoption meeting, at which point the board can either adopt the plan that it's worked on till that point, selecting the alternative plans, or make any further changes that the board would like to make at that point. Once the board gets the plan adopted, we'll get the shape files put together and coordinate with the county to make sure that they're uploaded to the county system so that you guys have a nice, easy election next time it comes up. And so this is, again, kind of the schedule of what that looks like. Initial assessment today, an initial drawing session, maybe a second one if we need it, then a public hearing, and then final adoption. So in theory, this whole process can be completed in 4 meetings. If the board wants to do more, certainly we can accommodate that, but this is kind of the straightforward way in which we can do it. All right. Any questions for me before I start looking at the actual numbers?
I'm just curious as to the length of time that it will take. By when do we have to have something finalized?
Again, the length of time it would take is really, the time for 4 meetings, and including special meetings, if we want to do it more quickly. Remind me, when is your next election?
May 23.
So you just have to be done by January.
By January.
By January, and that shouldn't be, there shouldn't be any difficulty at all in that time period. In fact, we can have you done well before that.
Thank you.
And the reason, the reason I say January is we have it done by the first day of the candidate filing period, and that's so anybody who wants to run the districts as they've been redrawn knows where they need to run.
Can I interject and ask one question? There is a form that has to be posted by December 16th, which is 30 days before the filing period begins, I believe, and I think that's January 16th. Wouldn't we have to know the districts before that notice is published, or?
I'd have to look at the specific notice that you're talking about. I don't think so, but I don't think I think we'll be done well before December 16th too. I mean, really, realistically, we can have it done 2 months at the outside, I think. Okay, districts as they exist today under the benchmark. And the one thing I'll point out to you that we'll be looking at is that there is a little area of 4 that appears to be perhaps not connected to the other, area of 3 that appears to be cut off. So we may want to look at fixing that regardless of population issues, but we can talk about that when we get into drawing. These are the population numbers. What we see when we look at the 2020 census data for the district is that your overall deviation is 32.52%, so you are in excess of the 10% requirement, and we'll need to go through the redistricting process. Your heavy districts, or your districts that are currently overpopulated, are number 3 and number 7. And then your districts that are underpopulated are 4, 5, and 6. Most overpopulated is 7 at 16.71%. Most underpopulated is 4 at negative 15.77. So if you add the 16 plus the 15, sum on, that's what gets you your overall deviation of 32 and a half there. And so realistically, or practically, what that looks like is, you've got your heaviest districts in 3 and 7 there, and then 4, 5, and 6 right in the middle that need to take on some population. And so one of the things as we go through this process that you all will want to think about is just where the best areas are to move some population out of 7 into 4, 5, 6. The nice thing about this is that there's a lot of connectivity between those districts. So it'll be pretty easy to move that population. You'll just have to think about where the best locations to serve your particular districts and the district as a whole will be to do that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
If, yeah, the community, the county sets the precincts, right? Okay, so if the precincts are gonna be reset, then that could adjust this to start with, right?
I think, let me make sure I'm answering your question correctly. It won't affect the way the districts are drawn right now. It may affect some of the changes that you make. So when we draw and make changes, we will do that based on the county's updated precincts.
Okay, so we use,
So that we make sure that any changes going forward are consistent with current precincts. And
but we
again,
have to wait until, are those precincts are set? Okay, they're already.
yeah, they're set, we've got them.
Oh.
And as we do that, we'll just want to make sure, like I said, if we end up splitting a precinct, then that's when you get the situation where folks will change. But if we go with what the current precincts are, we should be able to keep it over time. Okay, and this is just the voting age population, and as I mentioned, in looking at it, I think the lowest, all of your districts are gonna be Hispanic majority districts. The lowest one is District 2 at 66, the highest is at District 7 at about 93%. And so, obviously when you have a very consistent population like that, it just makes it much easier from a Section 2 standpoint. We don't have to worry about that as much, but we will still, of course, keep an eye on it. So that is the numbers, that's what we need to do. Again, the exercise is gonna be moving population from 3 and 7 into 4, 5, and 6. 1 and 2, I should have mentioned, are pretty much at population, so you could actually leave them alone and not make changes there, but you can also make changes to those if you feel like it's appropriate as part of the broader redistricting. So those are all options that the board will have. We'll be able to facilitate any changes that you all would like to see. And the process is, after this, we'll work with Mr. Ortega to get set for a meeting to come back and bring you an illustrative plan and let you guys start making the changes to get it back in balance.
So I have a question. Are you done? Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
yeah, no, so what's the plan? The plan is the presumption that the college will do the redistricting? Is that, I guess, sort of the baseline? So again, I guess, Judge, I mean, maybe this is the time maybe to have the discussion in terms of like the public participation aspect of it. From my point of view, I don't, as an elected official, want to be hands-on involved in redrawing my lines. So to the extent that I guess this board would want to consider more of the public participation aspect of it, that's where I would come from. We did a model, and I'm sure you're aware of it, in the county. I don't know to the extent that the city did it, but I thought it worked out very well. They were on a time schedule as as well. I know we mentioned we have to do this by January, but that would be my preference, that would be my recommendation and which way we would go. So anyway, so I don't know if it's, I guess right now, if we want to have that conversation, Judge, or,
Well, we gotta
Yes,
start it,
everybody
we
else
gotta
is-
start
yeah.
figuring out what we wanna do. So do we wanna do it ourselves, or do we wanna go out, each one of us pick somebody from your district to have it like a commission, like you did for the county? Which worked out real well. It kept all the politicians out of it, and it, worked out well. But that's up to you guys. What do y'all think?
The other thing too, Judge, is that Mr. Sequest, I think maybe in the initial assessment,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
will provide, I think, the traditional way of doing it, and that way at least, I'm not trying to stifle the discussion here, but you could hear from him the traditional approach, and so you could see that and then compare it to anything else that you might want to elect to propose as a board.
Well, and again, I mean, typically what we do is, we'll work with the board and do drawing sessions that way, but we also have entities, not as much community college boards usually, but cities and counties, as was referenced, that'll appoint a committee. And that can be either a citizen committee, it can sometimes be a committee of the board that's less than a quorum. I mean, we can certainly facilitate that either way, and that's just a question ultimately for the board. Just by way of full disclosure, oftentimes the only drawback to using citizen committees is that it can take a little bit longer just because those folks, we often have more meetings that way. And that can also result in a little bit of increased cost, but otherwise it works fine.
Well, that's how it works. Either we do it or we hire a committee. What do y'all think?
well, I think we should actually wait, right? I mean, so what do you need from us today? Like, what decisions do we need to make
Because I
today?
thought that we had to consider and take action on a couple of recommendations.
So the action, yes, ma'am, the
And-
action
and then-
items for.
And then after that, open it up for discussion.
Yes, the action items for today are just the criteria, the adoption of the redistricting criteria and the adoption of those guidelines. As far as what I would need from you today as it relates to a committee or not, I don't necessarily need an answer to that today, but we would need to probably figure that out before we bring the illustrative illustrative plan back, because basically the question is, who do we bring it to? Are we gonna be bringing it back to the board for you all to make changes, or are we gonna be bringing it to a committee to let them make the first run at it? And I also just say for everybody, if you have a committee, they come up with a proposal, it still comes to the board, and you all are of course free to make any changes or corrections that you feel like are appropriate to that as well. It's just kind of a step in between, it coming to the board.
So I think the first consideration is, if we follow the agenda on 5.2, would be to take that action and then open it up for that discussion, maybe?
Okay, read 5.2, Pam.
Yes, sir. Item 5.2, discussion and take possible action to adopt criteria and guidelines for use in redistricting the El Paso County Community College Board districts.
Was it on the guidelines, or is that the criteria? I'm sorry, that one, the action?
Criteria and guidelines.
Can we take them separately? So I would move to adopt the criteria. I'd like to do two motions, so if that's okay, Judge?
Second? So that's your motion?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, to adopt the
Adopt
criteria.
criteria.
Let's split
Adopt the
it.
criteria as proposed by council?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, any discussion?
Mrs. Robles? Aye. Mr. Uxer?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez?
Aye?
Dr. Graham?
Aye?
Ms. Naheda?
Aye.
Mr. Haggerty?
Aye. Okay, motion carried on the criteria. Now on the guidelines. What do you want to do on the, do we have a motion on the guidelines?
Can I just have a second? I'm just reading it very quickly again. Sorry, Judge. Just-
I have a few extra copies of those guidelines here if anybody wanted to look at them very quickly.
They had it pretty well up there. I don't think there's Jared being any precinct or anything, so.
So I do have a
Pretty hard,
clarification,
yeah.
sorry, Judge, go ahead.
Population is moving east. The districts have to go east. That's just the way it is.
So I have a clarification question. On item 7, on page 2, it says all comments and proposed plans must be submitted to the board by the close of the public hearing. What public hearing are we referring to? Is it the final hearing in which before we adopt the plan, or can we specify that?
We can, yes, it,
Do I have that?
It was, should have been behind, but I have an extra copy here, behind the, initial assessment PowerPoint.
and Ms. Sanchez,
Yes, sir.
the public here, there is also, obviously, anytime it's an open meeting, there's an opportunity for public comment, but the formal public hearing is usually the penultimate meeting before the final adoption. And so what we try to do is we try to get public comments by that meeting, and the reason for that being, that way, we have a chance to review them with you before the adoption meeting, in case there need to be any changes. If we get all of our comments at the adoption meeting, oftentimes that ends up resulting in it, being continued over to a next meeting.
So can we specify then that, what that public hearing will be? Like, I know it says the public hearing, but maybe like, is it the, just like you said, the
The
first reading of the, I don't know, something, the
Ye-
redistricting plans that have been submitted by the public or have been under consideration? It just leaves it a little bit open-ended from my end, and if somebody's going to be looking at the guidelines, I don't necessarily think that that would really point to what that particular public hearing would say. I mean, I think we'll say it as we move along, but maybe just to have it in writing for the purposes of the resolution, for the order.
Okay, yes, and so maybe a clarification on that will be the public hearing at the meeting prior to final adoption.
That's fine.
Does that work?
That's fine, yeah. If I could just have another second just to read through them. Now, if the board decides, if we don't make the decision right now, if we want to do a citizen committee, but at some point, I guess we do pretty soon, we have these guidelines, but what would be the next step then in order to memorialize then what the direction would be from the board to a particular committee? Would that be in a policy? Would that be in a committee guideline? What would that look like, that document look like? If the board wants to go down that road.
I'll defer to the board's counsel on how he would want to memorialize the creation of a committee in that way, but probably through a resolution.
Okay,
We have to have
yeah.
before we can move forward, we have to decide what we want to do. Are we gonna do it, or are we gonna form a committee?
How much longer do you think it'll take if we get a committee, and, what is the process? Is there a process, obviously y'all did it, so is there guidelines?
That was a painful process,
Well, it wasn't.
the last time we did that.
With a committee?
That,
No, here
the redistricting.
in 12.
You're talking about when
When
the
the
board members
college,
did it,
when the college last
right, but who did it? Did
Was
they
it
have
that
a committee,
long?
or did the board
I don't
trustees
remember
do it,
being
and it
that
was?
What?
Mr. Dunbar led it and then had input from different board members.
And it was a lot of, it was a lot of
I just
negotiating behind, without the whole board, in my opinion. It was a negotiation that took place,
I don't even remember
well,
discussing
you were
it.
part of that,
I was.
discussing it with the attorney and the others, and some of us, well, what happened?
So I think if we go down the road, like with like you asked, right, I guess earlier, what would that look like? Is it
I
a
don't
longer
recall.
process? I mean, I think what helps when you establish like the resolution or those guiding principles to the committee, I guess in my mind on how that would work, is you give them a timeline. Like, okay, and we have to know that they're volunteers. These are not going to be paid individuals, but these are individuals I would hope from the community that, you know, have an interest in ensuring that there's these fair maps. I mean, there's a whole group of folks, I think, that have like this vested interest in having fair maps for any governmental entity. And then you set their deadlines. That's how we did it, just by comparison, not that we need to follow it this way, but with the county, like, you're meeting this day, and you're meeting in each one of these districts, right? This week, this week, this week, and this week.
Yeah, they gotta do it all.
And so that's how we did it, so that you give them that, and by this deadline, all the maps have to be submitted to the board for consideration, and on this date is when the board will vote on the final maps. So there will need to be, I think, development and coordination if this is the road that this group wants to go. The other model that I'm hearing is that you could have, you know, maybe a committee as a citizens committee, right? Not an elected official, but appoint maybe, obviously less than a quorum of the board, or one person, two persons, whatever, to participate as well, to, you know, maybe offer input or additional feedback. From my end, I would not want to participate in that committee.
And I think that's the style that we have, because
Yeah.
I just remember seeing hundreds of maps presented and saying, okay, this one,
Yeah,
okay,
there's-
that one. And then at the end, I had no clue which one we were adopting, said, forget it, just go with whatever the
Well,
recommendation is.
But I think if we're gonna appoint a committee, the districts that need to be, involved is 3, 4, and 5. I think that's what you said, right?
But then there's a perception of gerrymandering when it comes to that, right? So either it's the whole, in my opinion, the whole board, and, you know, maybe some committee member has some people with us, or I don't think it's a good idea to have 2 or 3, because then you have that, you know,
No, I know.
perception where it's happened before.
My personal opinion on this is I think the board can do it. I think we can do it without having a committee.
But I go back to, I thought that the first step that we needed to take was to make a decision on this, you know, on the
Well, we
criteria.
did all the criteria.
And then the
Now the
guidelines,
guidelines.
and then agree on what the guidelines will be.
Maybe one
Well, how can you
suggestion.
vote on the guidelines if you don't know what the guidelines are?
Exactly, we can't vote on approving the guidelines if we don't know what the guidelines are. So we're telling them that we wanna do it their way, which I think is a good idea.
Yeah, I think we could vote on the guidelines, and the only reason why, I mean, I looked at them, they're, I mean, it's really, you know, just kind of setting down, I think, the bare bones. If the board wants to go forward with the committee, then that's when we have like maybe a separate resolution that sets out that criteria. So we're not necessarily maybe set in stone, the way I see it,
The
to do
guidelines,
committee.
from the way we interpret them, or what they're intended to do, is really provide a framework for the public at large.
Right.
So that would govern the back end for the public hearing more than it would whether there was a committee or not.
Yeah.
And one thing I might suggest to you on the committee is, if we want to, for the next meeting, have us go ahead and bring the illustrative plan, and the illustrative plan is our GIS people looking at the numbers, just move the minimum number of precincts that they need to move to get the whole plan in balance. And so maybe we can present that to all of you all and see if it's even controversial enough to where you think you'd want to go forward with a committee, or whether the board would want to do it at that point. That would also give you an opportunity to have on that agenda the potential to appoint a committee and have a resolution as an action item, and you could just kind of make the decision at the next meeting, you know, no, this is an easy enough fix, we think we can just go with it, or it looks like there's gonna be more involved
29th.
work, maybe we wanna have the committee do that.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we take a vote on the guidelines and just have them come back on the 29th?
So I'll make a motion to adopt the order on the guidelines with the change as discussed in the meeting.
Understood.
I hear a second?
Mrs. Robles.
Oh, you did, okay. Any discussion? Call a question.
Mrs. Robles? Aye. Mr. Uxer? Ms. Sanchez?
Aye?
Dr. Graham?
Aye.
Ms. Nahara?
Aye.
Mr. Haggerty?
Aye. Okay, I guess we'll see you on the 29th.
Okay.
Of the
Thank thank you all so much. Again,
you.
we really do appreciate the opportunity to work with you. It is our privilege, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
So just for clarification, what will you present on the 29th, or what will you address?
So on the 29th, we will bring back a map that shows you one way that you, and the simplest way is what we try to do, that you can get the district into balance under the one person, one vote. And then the discussion can be beyond that, whether that's a path the board wants to pursue or whether it wants to pursue some of the other options that are before you.
Okay, and you will go over the other options at that time? Because probably at that meeting, we will have more of an audience there, so that way more people are familiar with what options were presented under the guidance.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah, because that way it kind of
We
puts it
just
on
want to
record.
make sure that everybody's involved, so there's no, she says that we did some backdoor stuff, I don't know. But, we want to make sure that everybody knows what's going on.
Okay.
Open and
And,
transparent.
and frankly, even if you use a committee, usually we do that as a public meeting too, just because it's a committee that's operating on behalf of the board. So this will certainly be a process, no matter which way you go, that'll be done in open, and in a transparent way for everybody to be able to see.
So, yeah, because that's, the transparency is very critical, not just for the board, but for anybody that's accessing the board meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Judge, if we can start in about 10 minutes, I think that we're getting Dr. Penley, who will come over in the next 10 minutes. We're finished, you all are ahead of schedule, so.
Is
well done.
there
We're
another
ahead of
item
schedule.
you could do? in the meantime?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. Well, no, I mean, they're in this, in order, I apologize, yes.
Okay, the board is back in session. Pam, could you read 5.4, please?
Yes, sir. Item 5.4, Dr. Julie Penley, Vice President of Research, Accreditation, and Planning, will provide an overview of the upcoming site visit by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, SAC-COC, reaffirmation visit on September 12th to 15th, 2022.
Good morning. Thank you for your flexibility. I hope you all are doing well this Saturday morning. Okay.
Hang on one second.
Yeah, we'll have to mute. There we go.
Okay. As you're aware, we do have, we are in the midst of our SAC-COC reaffirmation of accreditation. It is approximately an 18-month process of activity. We've been working on it for several months before that. But we are ready for the on-site visit, which will happen next month. It's officially scheduled for September 12th through 15. As you might appreciate, traveling to El Paso, you sometimes have to have some flexibility. So we will have visitors coming in on September 11th. But here is the general composition of any on-site visit, particularly a reaffirmation visit such as we are about to host. The minimum composition includes 7 active members from around the SAC-COC region. They are peer reviewers, so they include presidents, vice presidents, deans, sometimes faculty. We do have our SAC-COC vice president also coming to offer guidance and input and to ensure the committee fulfills their charge. This time we also have one observer. This individual is not an active or voting member of the committee. This person is me at her institution. She is hoping to get some tips and tricks and ideas as they prepare for their reaffirmation next year. The on-site committee has 3 key roles or responsibilities that they must fulfill during this visit. One is to review our focused report responses. We had spoken with the board about our focused report in May. Issues that were found where the college was found non-compliant during the first phase of review. So they will be looking at our responses to those standards. Because SAC-COC is itself accredited by the U.S. Department of Education, they have some obligations to meet with their accrediting body. And so they will also be required to look at some of our federal requirements and practices, mostly related to Title IV, financial aid, how we publish information and describe ourselves to external stakeholders. So regardless of what the off-site committee found earlier this year, the on-site reviewers will be re-reviewing materials that we were found in compliance with earlier. And then their third charge is to review our quality enhancement plan, which Dr. Quiros will be talking with you about after me. So here's our committee. I would strongly encourage you to become familiar with these faces. We have another PowerPoint, Pam, is that correct, with some more information about them, or is this the only time they've seen the pictures?
This was sent out to them in their packets.
Okay, all right, so you have a packet with a little bit more information where the observer and the committee members currently serve. But Dr. Constant in the upper left-hand corner is the chair of the committee. She and Dr. Cook in the bottom row are both presidents at their institutions, and so you as
Yeah, that's fine.
governing board.
But when you lower it though, I'm gonna have to bring it back up again for me, right? Or not necessarily? Not necessarily, no? It's fine.
Hold on one
It's
second.
fine. Don't worry about it, thank you. We're not gonna mess with anything, right?
Okay, so as you're ready, I'm gonna come help you share your vote. Where we come, or are we, is it that one? Can you take it off? It's me.
Right side, communications board.
We are nothing if not flexible as we come out of COVID, is that right? Dr. Constant and Dr. Cook will be the likely committee members that you as trustees will be interacting with. But I don't have the final schedule yet. I just have a rough skeleton of what they will be doing and who they will be interacting with. But if I had to guess today, you as the trustees will be interacting with Dr. Constant, Dr. Cook, and of course you'll be seeing Dr. Linda Thomas Glover, our SAC-COC Vice President.
Will that be those days in September?
Yes, yes. In fact, here's what I know right now, just enough to be dangerous. As I mentioned, some of the committee members will be coming in on Sunday, the 11th. Not the whole committee, just those committee members that will be looking at a few of our off-campus instructional sites. So they will be visiting 4 of our area high schools. Some of those offer comprehensive dual credit. Some of them offer early colleges or P-Tech. So we're going to give them an overview of all of our offerings to high school students. But in order for them to do that on September 12th, some will be coming in on Sunday. But that's all they'll be doing on Monday. So you likely will not be seeing them on Monday. Tuesday, they will be meeting with Dr. Sarata and those members of leadership that he invites. I was speaking with Mr. Uxer earlier. SAC-COC very rarely dictates who they want to speak to. They will talk about general roles. Can we meet with some faculty? Can we meet with some students? Can we meet with representatives of the board? But they don't come out and say, we want to meet with Ms. Nahara, Mr. Uxer, Ms. Sanchez. They leave it to us to identify who those individuals will be. But going back to Tuesday, they will meet with select members of leadership, and they will be doing some work on their own as a committee. They'll be meeting in this room. And they will be hearing Dr. Quiros's QEP presentation. So they're laying the foundation for Wednesday. Wednesday, right now, is when most of the interviews are scheduled, including the interview with representatives from the Board of Trustees. It looks like it's going to be a working lunch, so it will be, very late morning or early afternoon for maybe an hour. I don't know the specifics. I just will ask you for right now, block off Wednesday, that chunk of late morning, early afternoon until we know more. Again, Dr. Sarata will be working with you to identify which board members may be available and may be able to meet with the SAC-COC committee. While
Briefly,
they...
Dr. Penley, let me just, Chair Haggerty and members of the board, really it is, from my perspective, the board's decision. I would caution on having a quorum because then it's an open meeting. And so I would suggest it's up to the board, whoever you want to appoint, Judge, to meet with these folks. I just did this in Virginia, met with, I think it was 3 trustees from their board along with the president as I chaired that committee, went through, let them know where we were, what we were doing, asked them for their feedback on the institution, strengths, etc. And so we know that the QEP, which there'll be a presentation, among others, there's some areas that Dr. Penley's going to go into specifics with regards to where we need you as board members to be prepared on certain areas that they for sure will be looking at. But QEP, that's why we lined this presentation up. That will be something that they will ask as well.
Is any of the board members interested in meeting with anybody from SAC?
Nominate? I think it would be a great idea, personally, to have the chair, vice chair, and secretary do it.
I met with them. I don't have a problem with not doing it, but if I'm going to do it, I have to take Wednesday off. Or-
It says, again, quorum is 4.
Yes.
So if we do, like Ms. Nahara said, then that stops right there, so it's pretty much up to you as whether, yeah.
We all are trying to.
I tell you from past experiences that they do ask about the different elements that we need to be really briefed on, you know, our mission, vision, our quality enhancement plan, what is it, how is it implemented? So. there'll be
Hence
some
today's workshop, Dr. Graham.
There'll
Yes,
be
and
some
there'll be
study.
others, and we'll follow up, and again, should there be any questions, Dr. Penley and I, Dr. Quiroz, who just arrived, is outside, we'll all be available to the board should you need anything. But we wanna make sure that the board you all know your function, there's no doubt about that. But the QEP is something new, we wanna make sure that you're briefed on it. And then there's some standards that the off-site committee didn't feel that we had presented all of the information, and we wanna make sure that you're aware of those as well, that are specific to the board.
And I think what happens is that we all agreed on the mission, the vision and all that, and we agree on everything that's going on. That I don't have a problem that we can, you know, but we've gotta be able to articulate the quality enhancement.
What did they say we were lacking on the board?
Well,
On the outside.
Dr. Penley will get to that.
I didn't hear that.
What was lacking, and so it has nothing to do with the board, it has to do with the material that we sent, so it was specific to my evaluation.
Oh,
And so they needed copies of my redacted evaluations from you all, things of that nature.
yeah, because most of what I've got out of all these visits are, they just want to make sure none of us board members are micromanaging. And that we understand that he runs the college and we just set the policy. That's basically what they want to hear. That we're doing our jobs the way we're supposed to do it. But Dr. Grant's right, I'm sure they ask you a question, I'll just refer it to her.
I can answer that.
That's why I'm gonna refer it to you.
Who better than you?
But I just need to know what day I have to be off so I can be
Right,
available.
right. And again, I know that you have a full agenda today, but that's why I was elbowing into the agenda so that we can give you the information that you need so that you're comfortable, because nobody wants to go into any conversation cold. So again, I expect that you will be speaking with some of our SAC-COC reviewers on Wednesday, and then they will be keeping Dr. Serrata apprised during the visit how things are going, but then the exit interview will be Thursday morning, and then it's a mad dash to the airports. So it's fast and furious for a few days, and then we'll know what our next steps are as an institution. We already started to address this. Dr. Serrata has more information about this than I do, because the meetings between the chair, the other CEOs on the visiting committee, and our vice president meeting with the institution, it really is similar to an executive session. It's very intentionally limited to CEO level individuals, so I don't know what they will be speaking with you about. But based on your role at the institution and based on Dr. Serrata's experience serving as the chair of a committee, you all have already touched on it. They will be interested in hearing your thoughts, your familiarity with the quality enhancement plan. They will also be asking students and faculty and other stakeholders about the QEP. So you all are not the only ones being asked these types of questions. But as our governing body, they do specifically want to ask you or hear from you about those standards in Section 4 of the Principles of Accreditation. And as Dr. Serrata mentioned, during the off-site phase of our reaffirmation, they specifically asked us to provide more information about these three aspects of your role. First, the 4.2b, the distinction between you all as the governing board and Dr. Serrata and cabinet and other administrators in their functions. So, as you all know, this hardly takes any prep. You all know what your responsibilities are. You set the policies for the institution. You are the bosses of the CEO, and you have fiduciary oversight. You review and approve and monitor the budget. Dr. Serrata fulfills the direction you give him, and he in turn disseminates or delegates authority as appropriate to cabinet and to other administrators. So they want to hear a little bit more about that, how you all set policies, how we as the college implements those policies. We also talked briefly about 4.2C, the evaluation and selection of the CEO. Now, we were very forthcoming with SAC-COC. We haven't had the opportunity, knock on wood, to hire a CEO since our last reaffirmation. And so that we just had to say, we haven't hired a college president. You all have not hired a college president since our last reaffirmation. But they did have some questions about the evaluation itself. We did provide board minutes indicating that you all had completed your evaluation. We included agenda items showing that it was on the agenda. They were curious about the evaluation instrument itself. So we have since provided that information to them, and that is what that information is about. The last item that we were asked to provide more information about, 4.2D, has to do with conflicts of interest. You might remember we had spoken about this earlier. We do have trustees that are very conscientious and will abstain from voting if there is a potential for a conflict of interest, which is appropriate, and that's documented in the minutes. We do have a TASB board policy that says that there will be an affidavit submitted if there is substantial property interest, and we had that conversation earlier. So we clarified the distinction between a good faith abstention of voting versus the affidavit of substantial interest. But they may ask a little bit more about that. Chair Haggerty's absolutely right. There are some other aspects of your role that they may slide in just to hear your perspective and understanding of. Make sure that there are no nefarious movements among the board or others to influence how the board is run, to make sure that the trustees are serving in their role appropriately. So the key here is just hearing about your understanding of your role as our governing board. Dr. Sarata, is there anything else on this that I overlooked that you wanted to jump in on?
No, I think you covered it very adequately. You're absolutely correct. It will be the chair of the committee, Dr. Constant, who's president of Tidewater Community College in Virginia. It will, in addition, be Dr. Thomas Glover, who is our vice president. She will always be with them. And you're right, it will be the other president who's on the committee. Those will be the three that will meet with the board, that will go through it. It'll be a casual meeting. There'll be some questions, but they certainly understand the role of the board as well. And they're just really looking for that distinction, specifically that you, legal counsel and I, report to the board and the external auditor. So everyone else reports through the administration to the board. And I am the one who represents them with the board. Beyond that, those are the areas that they wanted more information on. And so we provided that additional information to them. I think that's adequate. Then please, Mr. Richard.
How many, excuse me, how many people you know on a personal basis, more than just having met and shook hands, but actually worked with or anything?
This particular committee, I don't know any of them.
Okay.
So they're very-
That colors your discussion.
Sure, and they're very specific to that. So the committee members are all from out of state. No one from Texas can be on a committee that reviews Texas. There's some other key pieces that probably the board needs to know. There's no committee members from Florida. Florida is part of the SACS region. I was very surprised, but it's because of what's occurring in Florida. Florida voted that they have to, the governor mandated that their institutions have to change accrediting agencies every 5 years.
Really?
Yes, because the governor was not happy with SAC-COC because Dr. Whelan sent him a letter saying this is the role of the governor, et cetera. He didn't appreciate that. So all of their institutions are gonna have to leave SACS in a 5-year So that's created some angst amongst them as well. So the committee members, Dr. Constant is the president of Tidewater Community College in Virginia. Then you have the other member that the board will more than likely meet with will be Dr. Scott Cook, who's president of Dyer State Community College. I don't recall what state that is, but none of them are from Florida, which is surprising because Texas and Florida are the two largest states in the Southern Association. There's usually always someone from that particular state.
Is in California, are they a member of SACS?
They are not. So
Okay.
SACS is the 13 original colonies, if you will. 13 states from Virginia all the way through Texas. 11 from Virginia through
And now
Texas.
10.
That's right, sorry.
Soon to be 10.
Yeah.
All
soon to
right.
be 10.
How, do we, in their questions, how do we address the, on the policy issue, the fact that we moved on to, to revamping, if, for lack of a better word, are we just upfront about it?
My personal approach to SACS-COC is be honest, be open, answer the questions. But in the case of TASB and revamping, I think that's a good thing and a positive thing and something that's been personally desperately needed for a long time. So
Good, I'm glad you
would
think that.
I would try to slide that into the conversation.
I think it's very important that we bring it up because, in the past, there was issues, and this way we're heading in the right direction. The other thing I think that we need to mention somewhere along the line, if we get the opportunity, is the fact that we get presentations at every board meeting, because that's part of the evaluation indirectly. I mean, we are not waiting at the end of the year to evaluate the president just on a one-sheet page and say, yeah, he's doing a good job. We're getting continuous updates from the president and his team, and, with factual information and data that supports the work that's being done and the interest of the board. When we ask for something that we are not sure if it's getting done, then we get a report and we get the data. And those things are important for them to know, because not every college is doing it.
Absolutely. And I did not prep Dr. Graham, but it's a beautiful segue to the last piece that I wanted to share with you. We absolutely respond to, or Dr. Serrata responds to the board's requests for different information, for additional presentations at the board. We have been presenting a lot about our student success measures, our key performance indicators. Dr. Moe presented about the efforts from the Grants Management Office to bring in additional resources to support students in their efforts. Dr. Smith gave a terrific presentation about efforts to increase enrollment and retention and some of the fantastic things that are happening in instruction. But one of the other pieces that I wanted to share with you today has to do with our strategic plan that you all were so instrumental in helping us develop. Our current plan, this is the first academic year of its implementation, 2021 to 2025. And you remember when you all fleshed out the mission statement, might be nice to review this. We do have all the new signs up, including some beautiful signs in the boardroom now on the long walls. But we are going to be providing more information about the college's progress towards fulfilling the strategic plan. Some of that will be in the monthly meetings, some of that will be through Dr. Serrata's State of the College or town halls or other outlets to help keep you apprised of this work that we are doing. As a quick refresher, the 4 strategic plans that we have adopted as an institution, first and foremost, of course, provide quality education to meet students' diverse needs, drive student success, foster engagement and increase partnerships in the community, and sustainability of our operations and practices.
You have the strategic plan, it is in a small envelope, so we want to make sure.
And I wasn't aware, so I brought lots of extras if you were interested. But that is our current plan. One of the ways we monitor progress towards these goals is through our quantitative data that comes out of my division, the key performance indicators that are in Power BI, and we report to the Higher Education Coordinating Board through the annual Texas Almanac. But we also approach the goals through the staffing area plans each year. And I don't need you to memorize these numbers, but to give you a sense of how widely these plans touch on the strategic goals around the district. Just for this first year alone, every goal is being addressed in one way or another. Almost every division addresses every goal. Sometimes because of the nature of their work, it may not make sense for them to actively target one aspect, but everybody is doing something towards these goals through their area plans. These are not independent plans. Some plans are very aspirational or very large, and so they may target different aspects of the strategic plan. So I didn't want you to do the math and think, how many plans are out there? There is some redundancy in here. But just to give you a general sense, again, I don't expect that you will be, this is not going to be a pop quiz question, but just to give you some knowledge about where we are with our strategic plan. Some of the things that divisions and departments are working on to meet students' diverse needs, we are constantly looking at workforce demand, community interest with our advisory committees. A lot of new programs are in the pipeline. Typically, the workforce type programs, certificates and degrees, including the one on the screen, the Associate of Applied Science in Welding is being examined. Expanding the opportunities for students to talk to somebody about their degree and career goals. And so we are rolling out a more intentional effort of faculty advising. Take some of the traffic and some of the burden off of our counselors and academic advisors, and having the experts in the field talk to their students in the classroom, during office hours, during student clubs, having somebody that has worked or has advanced training in that field be the ones to offer their input and guidance to students. Disability accommodations training, the Center for Students with Disabilities, training their staff, training others at the college on how to meet students where they are and how to help them, not to give them a handout, but to help support them with their abilities. Driving student success, also a lot of exciting plans that are in progress. You all are familiar with our first year experience centers and supporting students right when they come in. You know, that's a make or break time for a lot of students. That transition to college is confusing for a lot of students. Many of our students have been out of high school for a while. Many of our students are first generation, so they can't go home and pick their parents' brains or their siblings' brains about what the heck is a schedule and why are all my professors doctor staff? And those kind of questions that I remember dealing with when I was in college. Improving communication to our international students that are on F1 visas. And then again, faculty advising also showing up in this category. Engagement and partnerships. Dr. Moe shared some of this in her presentation to you recently. We are super excited to bring back intercollegiate athletics. Mr. Hinojosa, the Student Enrollment Services Division, are increasing those activities around our campuses. Our senior adult program, getting seniors more actively engaged and connected at the college, both for their personal enrichment and personal benefit, but so that they can in turn talk about the college and their experiences with their family and friends and neighbors. And then Mr. Primovich's area, increasing the number of Texas Workforce Commission training programs. You all see the grants that come to you each month for approval. We are blessed to have such an actively engaged Small Business Development Center and Workforce Development Division that is actively pursuing these opportunities. And finally, sustainability. This is largely about, again, our operations and our support services, more of an internal reflection rather than an outward focus. We are constantly looking at our practices, our services, our software and other resources, and seeing how we can make the best of those tools. Business continuity plans. One of the silver linings that has come out of COVID is it forced many divisions to take a look at their not only continuity plans but succession plans. We, for better or worse, are predicting that we're going to see a big bubble of valuable employees walking out the door in the next 3 to 5 years. And so we can't stop the excellent work that we're doing. We have to, whether that's looking internally to foster and mentor and encourage current employees, whether it is looking at our recruitment practices for bringing in new perspectives and new faces. My area, conducting workshops on planning and assessment. We are actively working with others at the college to make this an intentional, valuable process, not just checking the box. So to take a look at what we're doing, how can we do better by our students? It's not so much what we are doing in our offices that we deserve a pat on the back, it's how is what we're doing in our offices benefiting the students and their experiences. There is also a plan regarding mental health centers and social support services that has been in the works for quite some time, but COVID sort of put that in the spotlight as a critical need that we needed to focus on. So again, these are not things that I would expect the visitors to ask you about, but just so that you are familiar that the strategic plan is not something that we asked for your help with and then we put on a shelf for 5 years. We take it very seriously. We look at it as a tool that we can use to constantly seek improvement in our services and in our programs that we offer our students. So that is a quick whirlwind preparation for SAC-COC. But again, if you can familiarize yourself with those aspects of the principles of accreditation specific to your role, if you can have a basic familiarity by the end of today about our quality enhancement plan, and as you all said, just speaking about the work of the college. And that's what I had on my plate for today. If there are any questions, any suggestions, anything you want to tell me or tell Dr. Sarata to tell me, we are at your disposal.
I would imagine that the pandemic will be a discussion as well, and what we did throughout the pandemic, how the board really was at the forefront of ensuring the safety and security of our faculty, staff, and students. I will share with them when I meet with them, our leadership, the kinds of things that we did to ensure that we continued. I would imagine that we're not the only community college that has experienced enrollment declines. In fact, in Texas, 48 of the 50 colleges have experienced enrollment declines in the nation. Community colleges are down nearly 1 million students in the last 2 years. So they're all dealing with this, and they're, I'm sure they'll be interested to know how we have dealt with this as well. And so I would imagine that that would be a topic that would come up as well. In addition to all of how we've continued, I would suggest we talk about, they're going to look at our facilities, they're going to be checking our campuses. I think that it's important for them to know that the board led the process of a master plan, that those projects are up and running, that we had a technical, we knew that the field was shifting and that career technical education was going to be more important. We've seen those programs rise throughout the pandemic, despite academic transfer programs falling. I'll share with you our graduation number of students who've graduated has not fallen through the pandemic. We have stayed consistent despite seeing enrollment declines. So I think that those are things, the partnerships, Dr. Graham, It's key, and they're gonna specifically go visit dual credit and early college high schools. But we certainly have, from my perspective, we're a leader in the state as well as the nation in providing quality dual credit and early college high school programs to our region. So I think that those are the kinds of things that they'll want to hear from the board, and they'll have specific questions as well. We will make sure that we provide, once the board determines who is going to meet with them, we'll provide the standards that came up that Dr. Penley referenced, 4.2 B, C, and D. We'll provide those so that you see from the area as well as our response. We'll provide that as well so that you can see those. Yeah, sure.
Curiosity, you said that we're maintaining the number
Of graduates?
graduates, but we have a nominal, if you will, decline. Does that mean that really what happened is that COVID essentially culled out the people that are not serious about? And if that's the case, then what happened? Then the next question is, what do we do? That's probably not a discussion for here, but I'm just curious.
No, I think it could be, Mr. Archer. So from my perspective, the pandemic impacted student participation in higher ed initially because we shifted to online and everyone was scared. There was no vaccination available, and so a lot of students stayed home. A lot of parents had to work, and those students had to potential students had to take care of younger siblings that had to attend K through 12 online. And the final thing was the economy shifted. And so entry-level positions were paying $15 to $17 an hour, and a lot of those students went into the workforce. We can share with them where we were on first-time in college students in 20 versus 21 and where we are now. We're very close to 19 levels now. So we're starting to see students say, college is for me, I need to go get those skills. So the enrollment decline is a significant impact across the nation. Our states, at least Texas, is nowhere near the amount of credentialed individuals that we need for the new economy that continues to move forward. So I think that those students unfortunately went to work. We need to find a way for that.
I think one area that I would like to have a little bit more information is on the post-pandemic. And I think because there's such a huge focus on the mental health issues that, well, I'm glad to see that that we have it here as a sustainability piece, but, for more immediate, what are we doing now? Are we partnering with agencies, and if so, which agencies? What are they doing for us? How many counselors do we have that are actually addressing mental health issues beyond the academic advising and all that? Who is dealing with them? Do we have a referral system? That's the area that I don't know where we are or where we're going with that.
So
Certainly, I know the staff and the students have needs.
Right.
Just from dealing with parents all day long, I can tell there's a huge need for mental health issues. I know that I go to the Paso del Norte Foundation meetings, and I still don't see anybody else from EPCC, but I report myself as being from EPCC and the school district, so we can have it on record that somebody's there. But there's like 30 agencies that are at those meetings, and who are we partnering with for services? That's an area that to me is vague, and if they bring it up, as the school districts are bringing it up all over the place, the mental health issues on the evaluations and all that stuff. So that one, if you can just give us a little bit more information, even if it's just a little handout with, these are the agencies that we partner with, this is what we're doing, to kind of, if it does come up as a question, what are you doing, in that area post-pandemic, that we have an answer.
That's a great point. I'll work with Dr. Sarata to get you that information. I know that we are ramping up our efforts. We have a mental health committee now at the college. They're active during Faculty Development Week. We do have, the last I heard, approximately half of our counselors are licensed professional counselors. But I will work with Dr. Sarata to get you that information.
Yeah, interesting, Dr. Graham, you bring that up. So when Ms. Shaughnessy presents budget, we do, under instruction under Dr. Smith, have a ramped up effort on mental health where we're requesting resources to have some staffing in that area as well, in addition to the counselors that we already have that are LPCs. And so, as I've gone through the budget closely, Dr. Smith and I have discussed that particular area, and we are requesting that the board approve funding in order to establish and continue to move forward in that direction. So,
And I know
very
we
timely.
serve in a lot of different areas. I know that we're, have the ability to provide some food for the families or students that really need it. That we're serving the military which again, bring in their own set of mental health issues. But just so that we could have a clear picture of what support systems we have in place.
Absolutely.
But the information is really good. I love this. It just puts a real succinct so that we can just review it.
Anything else you all need from me at this point? Okay. Then,
And I'm sorry, I just have one other, since you're the one making this presentation, on the issue of policies. I know that we keep reviewing them and updating them and all that, but are we going to be able to, once you get them all set up in TESB, if that ever, happens, which we will, then that we have a plan to continuously monitor the older ones for upgrading if necessary, and what would be our plan, so that we can not only say, this is the direction we moved into, but this is how we're gonna be making sure that we continuously update our policies, so we're never caught behind like we were.
Right. Maybe I shouldn't say this with the microphone and the camera on me. TASB has been a heavy lift.
Yes.
But it is paid for itself in spades. I am a big supporter of TASB. So two things. We have, I believe, 3 policies under the former system that have not been what I affectionately call TASBified. They are interestingly all under VP Shaughnessy's area, so feel free to ask her about those this afternoon. I could use all the help I can get in cleaning those up. But everything else has been, there's either been a TASB policy counterpart, and you all might remember those board agendas. There were several policies that were deleted because they are addressed in TASB, or because they're no longer needed, because we have not been doing our due diligence in helping you stay on top of the policies. So there's only a few, 3 I think, maybe 4, that we still need to make a decision on. But everything else, it's not quite autopilot, but that's what we contract with TASB to do, is to ensure that they stay on top of them, and provide the updates for your review and possible approval, usually after a legislative session. So Francisco and I get real chummy after those legislative sessions because we have all those policies to update. Other than that, of course, they are your policies. You're welcome to review them at any point, but rest assured, because we partner with TASB, we know that they are in compliance with current state and federal laws. There are a couple policies, again, out of VP Shaughnessy's area that require an annual review regarding investments, I think. The investment policy, which you've reviewed annually forever. But other than that, it is almost self-maintaining.
And what is the process that we're gonna use to make sure that all the policies that call for either an employee handbook or a form or, some additional paperwork that has been generated?
So I have
Because
been,
TASB won't do that. That's
Exactly.
gonna be on the
I mean, it's one thing
college.
to say our policies are current, but are we complying? I have been reviewing those policies as you all have adopted them to see, is there something that requires a printed document, requires a specific person to be listed? That's why from time to time you have a policy that you think, I just approved this, Dr. Penley, what are you doing? And it's because we change. After Dr. Gonzalez left, we had Dr. Amaya, which was a specific person that had to be listed in the policy. So we are monitoring that internally. If you all would like some additional oversight, because it is a policy, we can provide information on whatever schedule you like, annually, semi-annually. Here are the policies that require a handbook, a web posting, a printed procedure, and we can provide that information to you, absolutely.
Thank you.
Back to a SAC, maybe it's a Dr. Strata question, whatever, but does SACs have a fixed agenda? Well, I did fix, but to what degree is it, do they have a lot of discretion, or are there specific areas they have to touch, and then they have discretion as to what else they can look at? No, what you said that they have guidelines, and so we know that, and then how much can those be adjusted by whoever comes? And I guess, number one, and number two, the actual committee is tailored for this visit. I mean, it's not a set committee. I mean, there will be a different committee if they go to Alamo or something like that.
So I'll let Dr. Penley handle the first part, and then I'm happy to weigh in.
So they do have a canned skeleton agenda. Pam, I don't know if you shared that very, very rough draft agenda. Okay, so this schedule is the same for every institution, and it is done intentionally to protect both SAC-COC and the institution, so that an institution can't come back and say, you didn't give us enough time to make our case, and so it is very prescribed.
Does it prescribe also all of the areas that are to be covered?
It is prescribed in that these are the areas, but for some institutions, maybe they don't have to spend time at the on-site on financial sections, because we're in that boat. We were found to be compliant with all of our financial standards. However, there are a few Department of Education requirements that they must address from the financial realm. So this very, very rough skeleton is standard regardless of the institution. What the skeleton fleshes out to be depends on the institution's areas of non-compliance.
If you know, the first review that said, hey, you're okay here, and
Yeah.
we need to talk more.
Yeah, but every institution, the on-site committee must look at the QEP, must look at the Department of Ed, must talk with the board. So it's not a reflection of our practices at the institution. They're interested in meeting you and talking with you. So that's something that they intentionally carve into every schedule for every institution.
And with respect to the committee, yes, Mr. Utzer, they shift committees based on the institution. The only guideline is that you cannot have someone from your state on your committee.
And is Dr. Whelan?
Dr. Whelan is in charge of the whole accreditation process. So the offsite teams are members, Dr. Penley, her counterparts, my counterparts throughout the region, Dr. Smith counterparts that go in. I've never done an offsite like Dr. Penley. What they do is they receive all the written documents. They're supposed to go through 3 or 4 colleges at a time. They go into a hotel outside of Atlanta, and they spend that entire time, those 2 days, just reviewing the material. It is supposed to be a very direct process. It's very subjective based on the team. And so the body says, this is the way it is, et cetera, and then the team and whoever is leading that team is very subjective. And that's the part that drives a few of us a little crazy. Yeah. Dr. Rhodes and I we were both pretty livid. So we move forward, and then the team that comes to campus is also subjective. And so.
That's what I was looking for. That's good enough.
Yeah. And so I don't know any of these members. I know Dr. Thomas Glover because she's our vice president, but I don't know any of these folks other than what they've provided to us, other than what we've Googled and looked at their respective websites, just like they do of us. That's it.
But again, Ms. Sandoval on the upper row, far right, she is me at her institution, and so she may be walking around. She won't be meeting with you. She'll probably be spending time shadowing me and watching me lose hair and run around the colleges. But these are the folks. So.
She'll be taking notes and learning from me, that's what she'll be doing.
So they do look like very nice people, very reasonable people. So we are prepared. We look forward to hosting them and showing off all of the terrific things that we do for students at EPCC. Okay, so I will get out of the way, and we will have Dr. Quiros come in, and we will transition PowerPoints. This is not my conference room, so I don't know how to do any of this. There
They
we
know
go.
how to do it.
All right, then we'll leave it to the experts.
Dr. Quiroz,
Thank
I don't
you.
know if you want a 5-minute
Yeah,
break,
you
Judge?
guys wanna take a 5-minute break?
I know Ms. Sanchez had to step out, so.
Okay, we're back in session. Pam, can you read 5.3, please?
Item 5.2, discussion and take possible, oh wait, I'm sorry, 5.3. Dr. Andrea Quiroz, Director of the Quality Enhancement Plan and Assessment, will provide a presentation on the college district's new Quality Enhancement Plan, the QEP.
Hi. So hello. First of all, I'm Dr. Andrea Quiroz, and my friends and colleagues call me Andy. You are welcome to. I am the Director of QEP and Assessment here at El Paso Community College. And I first want to say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity today to talk to you. I know it's Saturday. I know some of this material is kind of dry. But I'm really hoping that at the end of this presentation, all of you are as excited about the QEP as I am. It's a great plan, and we're very excited to launch it this semester. Also, I should mention two things. One, well actually three. One, you'll see the gifts in front of you because I'm from South Carolina, and I'm a good Southern girl, so we always bring gifts when we're invited. Two, I am a fast talker, just in general. I'm also suffering from fun insomnia, so I overcompensate with too much coffee, so I talk really quickly. If I go too quickly, please interrupt me, ask questions, slow me down at any time. And finally, this is a really truncated version. I'm presenting to you a summary of the QEP, basically, in 30 minutes or less, basically. This is a 74-page document. I know you all have that document. So you also have a 3-page QEP snapshot, which I will talk about, as well as an executive summary. So there are some resources if you A, want more information, or B, want it even shorter and just get the general overview, okay? So let me introduce our QEP, Find Your Way, Connect, Discover, Succeed. So SAC-COC has a couple of requirements for our QEP. One of them is that we have to start with the data, what they call environmental scans, kind of fancy way of saying all the data we collect through RAPID, Sense, SESI, KPIs, SLM Core, institutional planning, all this sounds familiar, right? All this data that we get. We have to connect it to the strategic planning goals and outcomes, and we need to have broad-based institutional involvement and support, which actually is a lot trickier than it sounds. All right, so this is just some of the pertinent data. These are 3 points. We have pages of it if you're interested in the QEP. One of the questions we have often is how do you bring down all that data into what we need? So when we analyze the data, which we started on 2018, 2019, we're always analyzing, but for this particular project, we're looking for weird juxtapositions or maybe just some KPIs that we'd like to work on. So these are just 3 examples. This was also, I should mention again, 2018, 2019. 53% of students reported they had either never used or used career counseling only once, even though almost 70% of students said career counseling was very important to them. That's kind of a weird juxtaposition, right? If it's so important, why aren't more going? While 94% of students reported that academic advising planning was very important to them, 35% said they had never used the service or used it only once. Again, something we want to look at a little more closely. And finally, in 2019, as reported, we have to report to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. EPCC students completed their associate's degree with an average of 83 semester credit hours, which is 23 more than the 60 required. Again, a number that we probably want to take another look at.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yes,
or
yes.
Do we wait till the?
No, absolutely, absolutely.
I'm just very curious on this data because is it that they report that it's very important, but they didn't access it because it wasn't available, there was no one available? Because the hours didn't match the students when they are able to come and get advising, or because nobody answered the phone, or no one gave them an appointment? Do we know the whys? If it's that important, why is that not connecting? And I don't put you on the spot to answer the
No,
question,
that's
but that
okay.
would be something I would be curious to know.
So typically, the national surveys don't dive that deeply, but that's something that we're looking at with our student focus groups.
Okay.
Frankly, a lot of it is, I don't know where it is on campus.
Another question.
Have we improved our signing any? That's always been a complaint at EPCC.
How do you choose the people? I mean, if you're incoming people, they're gonna say, well, yeah, it's important. Or do you look at people that have already graduated, or is it, how do you select, the profile of people being sampled? I mean, your data is good for whoever you talk to, but how did you structure your sample to start with?
So this is from our SESI, and that's sent out through our institutional research, and it is a random sample. And they do have procedures in how they're sampling. They are current students. These are current students.
But it's across the board,
It's across, yes, it's a random sample across the
a
board.
random sample.
Yes, yes, sir. So we also have other types of institutional data, institutional planning data. As you know, every area needs to have goals and outcomes. And I worked with the director of institutional planning and our director of SLO and core. And from that data, they identified 3 top areas of concern. Not so much concern, just maybe some things we want to take another look at. Continuing student enrollment after the first year, gateway course failure rates, and faculty interactions. So at this point, we have all this data, and we need to start the process of an analyzation. So we had a QEP topic selection task force. This was 17 members. They were community members from multiple departments across the district. They met in 2019 several times to look at this data. And at the end of this semester, we created the first topic selection survey, which was sent out in March 2020. This had 12 areas of importance underneath those 3 main topics. And we asked our participants, it was sent out to the entire EPCC community. And we asked everyone to rank the areas of importance based on which would most likely improve student success or student learning. And that's a very important difference that I'll talk about in a few minutes.
Question, sorry.
Yes,
Community members, are they faculty, are they staff, administration, or
All of them.
students?
Yes, sir. They're students, faculty, and staff. We have the roster if you'd like to look in the QEP, and it talks
How
about.
are they selected?
Honestly, it's by those who were involved with different areas of the college that may have
Were they asked or were they given out as who volunteers?
They were asked.
Okay.
They were asked. Any other? Okay. So this is the data we had from the first survey, and I mean, we all have to admit data is so cool, right? So this particular piece is really neat because you notice that the very first ranked is addressing student financial concerns for both employees and students. However, and this is going to come into play a little bit later, notice how ensuring more consistent course counseling is number 2 for employees, but number 4 for students. Meanwhile, for students, increasing career explorations was number 2, while it was number 4 for employee responses. I think it's so cool because we'll see this in a few minutes, how this corresponds. Okay, so based on this data, we now have 5 big areas that we're looking at. Addressing student financial concerns, ensuring more consistent course counseling, increasing career explorations for students, supporting awareness of mental health services, and addressing passing rates of gateway courses. However, there were some issues with the validity of this data, and so the task force had some concerns. First of all, they wondered if addressing financial concerns was the highest ranked because it was first on the survey. Secondly, I'm sure as everyone recall, March 2020 is when the pandemic kind of hit us smack on the forehead, and we had all kinds of things going on. We were going remote, and people weren't sure about their work, and were having issues of depression, so all kinds of things were going on. We weren't sure if the participants really understood that when we were talking about addressing financial concerns, if they thought they were directly getting money, or if awareness of mental health services meant they were directly getting services. And we also wondered if students confused course counseling with mental health counseling. So we wanted to send out another survey, which we did, a second survey, that kind of addressed these issues. And first, we put addressing financial concerns in the middle. Secondly, we really thoroughly fleshed out these ideas. If you want to take a look at that survey, it's in the appendix of our QEP. And the participants need to rank these from most important to least important. Now here's that cool data again. So we looked at, if you can take a look, ensuring consistent course counseling was number 1 for employees, but number 2 for students. Addressing student financial concerns was number 1 for students, but number 2 for employees. And both of them had the third, increasing career explorations for students. Yes, sir?
Again, it comes back to what Dr. Graham said. You're looking for I noticed that mental health is not even, doesn't make the top 4 for employee, and yet that brings exactly what you were saying. What are we doing for mental health as it's coming up?
Well, remember, this is the EPCC community saying what they thought was the most important.
Yeah, I know, but then the employees didn't make the top 4. Mental health didn't even make the top 4, which
Nor
I
for
think is
students.
important. I mean, it's important to know.
Right?
So the one on 2020 does have supporting awareness of mental health services.
I'm sorry?
The one on 2020 results your first survey does have the supporting
Yes.
awareness of mental health.
Yes, so it was in our top five, it just wasn't in our
It
top
wasn't
three.
on the
And,
top.
and it was, the students rated that, the third highest student response, but yet it wasn't one of the top four for employees. And you think the employees would be the one that would recognize mental health more than the students?
And was that the year that we had a lot of them online
Yes,
versus
it
in
was
person?
2020.
Because the online was a little bit harder to make that, assessment by the faculty or employees that somebody needed mental health support. It wasn't until after that
Right, well, so we were able to narrow down our top three choices. But you're right, we really need to dig deeper, we need to have more input. So we did a QEP town hall, it was virtual, it was held in November. At this point, I'd really like to do a shout out for Lorelei Embry. She is our librarian at Northwest. Did an incredible job of manipulating this because it was a lot. We had one big virtual room and then she was putting them into breakout rooms. We had 5 breakout rooms. So basically what we were doing was having 5 focus groups simultaneously. We had a moderator for each one. The task force really had the questions that they decided on the questions they were going to ask every set, and the same questions asked in each moderating room. And we had a great collection of a great cross section. A population was awesome. It just turned out that half of the participants, there were about approximately 120 participants, only 90 did the participant survey. About half of them were students, a quarter of them were faculty, a quarter of them were staff. We had 60% full-time, 40% part-time. We had 11% that would do a credit. They were just an excellent cross-section. I was really happy with that result. All right, so the QEP town hall results. Again, this is just a small little snapshot. The entire results is in the appendix of the QEP. But some things I wanted to point out and how our QEP was developed. So many students expressed they didn't have the information they needed about scholarships. They didn't know about Degree Works, which is a brand new program we were using in 2020 to help with academic planning. Students also described confusion about which classes they were supposed to take and mentioned they may have had some career exploration, but this reportedly resided in one class and was limited. Again, this is going to come into play a little bit later. So we brought this data to the cabinet because at this point we realized we had these really great topics and how to decide which one was the most important. And the cabinet recommended a QEP which focused on course counseling. So now that we had the topic, we knew that we need to have representation from all the relative stakeholders that would be involved with this topic. So the next task force, the development task force, was put together in 2021. It had twice as many members, had from all the relative stakeholders, from students, faculty, counselors, marketing, you name it, that had to do with this, that could possibly do with this type of QEP. And we had 2 research questions, because research questions are really helpful when you work with a huge group of people to keep everyone focused. How do we teach approximately 25,000 students to fully understand the process from choosing a career, picking a degree plan, picking their classes, and participate to the point of taking ownership in this process of the advising process? And secondly, will more students graduate faster with fewer semester credit hours if they are empowered to take ownership of the advising process? So basically what we're doing is, how do we make this happen? How do we teach all these students this? And secondly, if we're successful when we do it, will it work? Those are our 2 things that we're focused on for this committee. So the task force discussions are extremely important because this is how our QEP was really developed from ground up. The counselors talked about the difficulty of providing academic counseling to students because what happened was, according to the counselors, they often met with students who had no idea what they were doing. They came here, they weren't sure, they spent 45 minutes with the student. The student, they would create this great degree plan. 4 or 5 months later, the student would go to a different counselor, have the exact same conversation starting from scratch again, but end up in a slightly different place. They talked about how they had, many students came in with many changes of majors and that many were in multidisciplinary studies. I have to point out, we did not have any data at that time why so many students were in multiple studies. The counselors also discussed the problem of students having to pick a major and award to complete the state's common application before they really understood what EPCC had to offer, to really understand all the different possible careers. Some of the counselors discussed research about the importance of 15 and 30 credit hour review, how they didn't understand the repercussions of changing the major from going from full-time to part-time. There was a number of task force members saying, wait a minute, don't we have a class for this? Like, don't we already have like a place where we're talking about career explorations, EDU 1300? But the representation from EDU 1300, those faculty were like, wait a second, there are some issues with this. Sometimes they take that class later. Not everyone has to take that class. And although they do talk about career explorations, not all the faculty do it in the same way. Okay. Now, the most fascinating part about this was the students. The students, man, I love the students. They were so brave because, with all this faculty and staff, and they were still talking about what really was important to them. Quite surprisingly, and I think weirdly, and I actually didn't believe it at first, the students unanimously felt that most students don't know about their EPCC email for the first couple months. How could that be? I was like, really, are you sure? I mean, and they were adamant. They were unanimous in this. There were 5 of them, and they were adamant about it. So I started doing other research to see, are there other indicators of this? And actually there are. And so Alex, the assistant director, was saying, you know what? That's the #1 question. The most common question we have is about email in our new student orientation. And then we looked at, for our academic advisors, which we're going to talk about in a minute, we only had 36% of those answering those emails. So it would make sense if so many don't know about their email, why we have such a low number. So there were some indicators that this might be an issue. Also, they mentioned that their main way of learning about what's going on EPC was the Instagram or just some sporadic sightings, Instagram and the Blackboard feed. Interestingly, a lot of the faculty on the task force were surprised to learn that our community announcements, we have an email that comes out every day, community announcements only goes to faculty and staff, it doesn't go to students. So many faculty were advertising or thinking they're communicating with students through this vehicle and weren't.
That's interesting that I was showing one of my grandkids who's going to college, something having to do with Facebook, and he says, Grandma, you need to come up with the times. Use Instagram, Grandma. Don't be on Facebook and Twitter. And I said, what? And they are. The young ones are on Instagram. They're not on.
But again, that's just that they happen to see it. It's not a, it doesn't. They're looking for it and they happen to see it. It's not someplace that they actually go to find. So, then we need to go to the research. It's really important that we support what we're doing, based in the research and best practices. Now, there's a lot here, and I promise you there's even more in the QEP. I only wanted to point out a couple of things here that was really important to understanding how we got to where we are. The idea of repeated reflection, the importance of reflection and doing such reflection in different contexts. It's not just doing it over again, it's those different contexts. The idea that of course we talked about self-directed learning, personal responsibility, locus of control, but it is not just the learner's domain to be self-directed, but also in the opportunities given to learners to empower them and the context in which these opportunities are given. So it's not just, okay, here's reflection, not just here's in a different context, but the quality of those contexts. Efforts to embed career life planning would include asking students to reflect on their strengths, interests, spirituality, and values, as well as how work fits in their lives. Reflection should include decision-making and goal-setting activities that ask students to author their own plans. You're going to hear that same language echoed into our QEP. Career development and exploration should not be delegated to just one area of the college or just one class. Again, small sample of the data, of the research. But this gives you the idea of, you're going to hear echoes of this in our plan. So we were ready to have our goal, and here is our goal of our QEP, to improve student success through increased communication and ongoing career exploration to empower students to take ownership of their academic and career paths. Remember I said that, SACS COC, we really make sure that it has to be completely connected to our strategic plan. And this particular QEP, our objectives are connected directly to Strategic Plan Goal 2, drive student success. Outcome 2.1, engage students inside and outside the classroom. Outcome 2.2, promote a college-going culture. And outcome 2.3, increase student retention and graduation rates. And you will see exactly how these objectives work. Our objectives. Now, this is the important part. This is basically how we're going to make it happen. I mean, if our students are taking ownership, how will we know? What do we know that they're doing? Students will use the various EPC communication methodologies to learn about and take advantage of what EPC has to offer in terms of programs and event opportunities. Students become empowered to use online tools, assignments, and events in and out of the classroom to reflect upon and more deeply explore their career and academic paths. And finally, students will connect with their assigned early alert academic advisor, otherwise known as an EA advisor, to create their educational plans. See how that language is kind of repeated both from the strategic plan as well as from our research. Keep going up. But we still need some more feedback. Before we did the interventions, we really need to include more people. So one of the things we did was we sent out the ideas for the interventions to our faculty. And the faculty feedback was extremely important. And it really changed the direction of how we did things. For example, we were first suggesting, we should have, career explorations in every class. Well, some classes are designed thematically, and inserting a career reflection assignment would be problematic. The second one was something the task force hadn't thought of, and actually, and it changed exactly how we did things. If every discipline did a career reflection assignment, the result might be rote responses from students tired or bored of such an assignment, which is absolutely right. We're gonna have too much of a good thing. If everyone's doing the exact same thing, it's gonna lose its value. And finally, implementing all of the suggestions might put an unreasonable amount of additional work onto the faculty. So again, this faculty input was extremely important and did change how we did our interventions. There were also a number of existing initiatives at EPCC. I'm going to point out again, this is just a sample of them. There's more in the pages of the QEP. Dr. Penley mentioned the first year experience. This was started with a grant in 2016, but the thing is, by fall of 2020, only 36% of EPTIC students had any contact with their assigned early advisor, and far fewer completed an educational plan. Remember we just thought about how important it was, that the students thought it was really important to do this, and yet we had these kind of numbers. DegreeWorks launched in 2020, but many students didn't know about it. Again, this was in 2020, we're in 2022, so of course more students know about it. It's been our NSO. Program of study page, upcoming upgrades. These are really exciting. So Erin Flores and Chris Cullen, the great, amazing team for our web team, they updated our webpage so that we have the Find Your Match, which you'll see in the video in just a second, where students can do a really quick assessment and their matched programs. And then the program websites were updated so that you could go on these program websites and really look at actual career data, actual careers that they could do. This was a great improvement and really helpful for our faculty. Okay, the student educational planner. I'm really hoping for this. So there is a plan. It's part of Ellucian. It's part of DegreeWorks Ellucian to have this part. It's an electronic way. Wouldn't it be awesome to have these electronic plans electronically accessible to both students and counselors? So when they talk to a counselor, hey, you know what? Remember how we did this? We don't have it yet. We hope to have it in about a year. There are some problems with the upgrades, but I'm really hopeful. You can tell I'm pretty optimistic. New student orientation. So new student orientation is an awesome place to house all this information, but only 60% of FTICs go. And there was no, at the time, current assessment about what they learned. And finally, Education 1300. There was still an assumption at many at the college that we had this course for a reason. This is the course we're supposed to have all of this stuff. But we had no data to really understand, did it work? Did they change? Did they find their careers? And also, what did they really learn from degree planning from this class? So that was the next step. We need more data. And the Education 1300 faculty were really great. They were willing to do a pre and post survey. Okay, once again, pages of data in the QEP. This survey is a couple pages, the data is a couple pages. I'm just truncating it big time. There was a pre and post survey, but here's the important points. Career exploration assignments did not seem to move the numbers much at all. Students generally stayed at the same level of competence from the beginning of the course to the end. The percentage of students reported knowing about EPCC's degree plans only increased by 10%, and the percentage who knew about their own degree plan only increased by 5%, which are not great. It's not a huge change. This is the most important piece. 33% of students changed their mind about their career path or moved from undecided to a chosen career path over the course of the semester. 33%, that's hugely significant. And we'll see why in just a moment. Okay, we also need some ideas about the multidisciplinary. Like, what are they, is it true that all these multidisciplinary studies, they don't really know what they want to do at college? So the counselors did a MyScio intake survey. More information about this is also in the QEP. What we need to know from it is that almost half of these students said they had not done any type of career assessment or exploration. Almost half, and that's crazy because this survey was done in October, November. So you have to know that most of them had either taken ED 1300 or EDUC 1300 or were in the middle of it. How could it be that half didn't take it? And only 37 out of 293 students reported selecting multidisciplinary studies as a default choice in their application. That's 12%. That's extremely little. That's telling us that many of these students were picking multidisciplinary for a purpose. Maybe they were trying to rank for nursing. Maybe they were, we didn't have the program that they wanted, and so they were doing a multidisciplinary study to go to the next, as to taking their classes. Maybe they're having a lot of the counselors say, hey, let me help you create a program for you using multidisciplinary. Okay, so this survey data was really helpful. Here's what it suggests. It suggests that students already have a relatively high sense of competence in the career choice, but since more than a third of students decide to change their majors after just one experience in career explorations, that maybe the research was right, that it's really important that especially students who are historically marginalized and financially disadvantaged, those populations may not have had a lot of experiences. And so just with one experience, they could change their mind. All right, finally, the meat. So this is our QEP. These are the objectives and what we're doing, the actual doing part. All right, so our first objective, students will use the various EPCC communication methodologies to learn about and take advantage of what EPCC has to offer in terms of programs and event opportunities. The first thing we did was this video, EPC Start Here. The counselors were really excited about this. They helped with the draft of the script. They provided the talent. I need to give a shout out here to EPCC TV team. They were amazing. They went to 12 disciplines through 2021 and tried to get all these clips and pictures of all these different disciplines. We worked with the web team to see what would work on our website. So I'm going to show it to you now, actually. It's only 3.5 minutes long, and it's beautiful.
I love your enthusiasm.
Thank you. A little too bubbly, right? Oh.
No, it's contagious.
Keeps me awake.
Exactly.
It's excited, right? We have to be.
It's just that we lost you when you said, I speak real fast. Can you repeat everything
I'm
after
Fernando
that?
Reyes, counselor at EPCC.
And I'm Vanessa Bretado Monroy, counselor at EPCC. We're here to help you enroll at El Paso Community College. Before we get started, let's talk about
Just pause it, and then we can
EPCC's programs of
increase the
study are
volume.
divided.
Mr. Mejia will know where it is.
We kind of set this up a little bit.
There we go. Where's yeah, but, so we can get a full screen.
That's okay, this is fine.
That's okay?
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
fine,
okay.
that's fine.
I'm Fernando Reyes, counselor at EPCC.
And I'm Vanessa Bretado Monroy, counselor at EPCC. We're here to help you enroll at El Paso Community College. Before we get started, let's talk about the college.
EPCC's programs of study are divided into 8 areas of study. These 8 areas provide easy to follow pathways to meet your academic and career goals.
They're grouped together by similar careers. For example, the health sciences area of study includes nursing, sonography, and dental hygiene. Public service includes criminal justice, firefighting, and court reporting.
Arts, humanities, and communication includes mass communication, music, and fashion technology. Business includes accounting, business and economics, real estate, and office administration.
Education includes child development and teacher preparation. Industry, manufacturing, and construction includes automotive technology, culinary arts, and HVAC careers.
Science, technology, engineering, and math includes architecture and computer science technologies. And social and behavioral sciences includes social work and the only sign language program in the region.
You can learn more and explore our areas of study on our Programs of Study page. You'll need to pick the program and the degree or award name to fill out your application. To know the name of the degree or certificate offered in the program, just click on the program. You can also explore possible careers related to each program. Not sure yet? Try taking the Find Your Match quiz, a free and easy to use tool located on the Programs of Study page.
It's okay if you're still not sure. Just choose the program that interests you the most and let us help you explore careers and majors. If you change your mind later, you can change your major by visiting one of our counselors. Now, you're ready to start the application.
Click on the Apply Texas button. To start, you'll need to create an account. This allows you to save changes and return to the application at a later time. Once you submit the application, we'll send you a letter of acceptance to guide you through the next steps.
And if you're a new student to EPCC, you will be assigned an Early Alert Academic Advisor, also called an EA Advisor, to help you navigate through your first year and complete your educational plan. We also encourage you to sign up for and attend our new student orientation to learn all about the great opportunities offered at EPCC. Our goal is to make sure you have the support you need through this process.
So if you ever have any questions, you can always give us a call or chat with us online with the Get Connected button. Welcome to EPCC.
Wow, that's
Very
impressive.
nice. Yeah, right? It's beautiful. Well done.
I'm not sure why she threw UTEP in.
Yeah, I have a question, though, because in dealing with parents that have their kids that are confused as to where they're gonna go to college and all that, I'm always, of course, pushing EPCC, and
Thank you, Dr.
that would be ideal to have this in Spanish so that parents could access it.
That's a great idea.
Because then you could either read English or Spanish, and if it's a parent, because the parents themselves don't know how to guide the kiddos, especially, those that have not had kids in school. But if I had something like that, rather than giving them somebody else's phone number, I said, look, go to the website right here, and I can show them where they can learn more about the college. So
That is a great idea.
it's really impressive. That's perfect.
And I was also gonna say, like, I don't know, is there a planned rollout with the school counselors, like high school counselors? That way they know how to navigate that system well and maybe also then teach the students that will be incoming.
Absolutely. So yes,
Okay.
I'm in contact with recruitment. Recruitment, of course, they have trainers. It's a fine line between, in terms of recruitment. But this is I'm just telling them about this resource. We're really, one of the objectives is, because a lot of the students are, in high school, they're doing those apply applications right now for next year. So to make sure that these teachers know about this resource, about this video, what I really want to point out about this video is it has those points. It's not just, hey, here we have the breadth of programs, but it's starting that college-going culture. You're supposed to go to NSO. You're supposed to go to your assigned advisor. And that's the first time that they hear about it is right here. It's on our website. It's on our EPCC website, on our enrollment checklist. It's a shorter version, and the longer version going to My EPCC is on the website. So yes, we're really excited about this. So this is one of the things we're doing to the first step of, hey, do you know what we have to offer, and do you understand the college-going culture of what's expected?
And then, just to add one more thing, just this week alone, I spoke to 2 different kiddos, 2 seniors. And I said, where are you going to college? Why aren't you going to EPCC? And both of them showed me a letter they had gotten way back last year as juniors, inviting them to join the 2 other colleges that they're going to. So if we could have a letter, and I've discussed this with Dr. Serrata and Dr. Amaya, but putting that link on the letter inviting them to come to EPCC would be ideal, because then they can do their own little exploring versus where they're going. Needless to say, I talked them into trying EPCC first, but those are just 2 in 1 week that we would have lost to somebody else, and then they come back because they can't make it out there in the, out-of-town universities.
Right. So yeah, absolutely. And I am working with our new director of recruitment. So hopefully we can. And I love the idea of this in Spanish as well. So we'll definitely see if we can work on that.
Dr. Quiroz, the only thing I would reference to the board, just so that they know, the QEP is actually not launched because we're not allowed to, so.
But we
wanna
had
explain
one
that.
from
We
the
do.
previous.
Yeah,
I mean,
learning
we
about
have
the
an
community as a
existing-
community,
Right.
correct,
So
which we no longer need to remember. We need to remember this one, but.
This is what we'll be presenting next month, and then getting the blessing from SACCOC to implement.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes.
So the video's not
You
currently
have to
on
get
there, right?
permission.
It is current, the video's current,
Okay, and
but.
where is it? So I'm on the main website.
You go to, if you go to new and recurring, if you go to apply and click on new and returning students, and then under admissions, the very first little cross before they do the apply Texas.
So it takes a while for them to get through it. Is there any way to put it like on the main, front page?
I
Yeah, so,
agree,
you
because
know,
they're not gonna be navigating all over the
Yeah,
place.
to find it, it's kinda,
that's
I'm looking for it, right?
And she's the techie one. If she can find it, then we won't find it.
By the way, I just did the same thing, and so I found EPCC on, Instagram? But one thing I noticed that almost everything was in English, but the one thing that really popped out was that there were a couple of those instances that were in Spanish, and I got to think, acknowledge that half the people's primary language, or they probably feel more comfortable in Espanol.
Absolutely.
So just to clarify, the previous
QEP is
QEP
no,
is not
it's
what
done.
we're gonna be discussing at this next meeting?
no,
Okay.
this is the committee that Dr. Quiroz has led, that, during 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, they came together, they determined what, as we should be doing, a couple of years before we actually have SACCOC here to approve it, going through determining what the plan would be. She created another committee after that. They've gotten to this point. Now, that particular video, which I found.
I found two,
Okay.
but I had to.
But that is already in place because that is specific to Apply Texas. But this particular intervention, we will not be able to implement. We can pilot this fall, but we won't actually be able to implement it in full force until the QEP, the SACS team says,
Go for it.
go forward.
Okay.
Last time, I'll remind the board that we had a very aggressive QEP. We wanted to have learning about the community throughout all programs at the institution. They had to reel us in and say, this is great, but it's too much. We want you to be able, and so we ended up going forward with English, which was, some of our members were upset because they all wanted to do it. But they'll have recommendations, and they'll ask us probably, I think it's really well done. I mean, as I read through, I thought it was really well done. But SACS teams feel like they have to have recommendations. And so they may say, you need to change this, or we suggest this, and we'll move forward.
And
No recommendations,
I'm with
comments,
you.
comments,
Yeah,
point,
comments, absolutely, comments. There won't be any I don't personally believe there'll be any recommendations on the QEP, but there'll be comments and suggestions.
And how long will that be in place?
10 years.
So that,
Well, five years.
5
That's
years,
correct.
4
5
years.
years, and then they'll determine, and we'll move forward from there.
So the idea, it is supposed to be the idea of the QEP is, it's a quality enhancement plan, is something that's part of the college that we would be doing pretty much regardless. It's something we should be looking to see how we can improve and ways to improve. And so the idea is not to do like a side-on project, it's more of a, hey, we recognize these areas, we want to improve these areas, and then in 5 years, did we do it? Did we do what we said, and what changes did we gonna make? But we don't just say, okay, then we're, then we just forget. We want to, these will hopefully be permanent parts of our college if they work, if the data shows that they are reasonable and that they work. And that is our goal. Our goal is to make these numbers, and I'll show you our assessment plan to know how we're doing, if it's doing what we think it's doing, right? But let me go through the interventions, what we're actually doing for the QEP, because that's really important. So of course we have this video. We're going to have, or we already have, a request to promote form for faculty. This is extremely important because we have this site, my.epcc.edu. We want that to become the go-to place for students to go for information. But how do we make that happen? And the first place we start with is the faculty. We want them to take ownership of that site. So to do that, we have a request to promote form so that they work with marketing and they populate my EPCC with their upcoming events and announcements. And they understand that that's a vehicle they can use to speak to students. So that's already been, so again, we're hoping that myepcc.edu becomes that hub for students to go to instead of, hey, I just happened to see it on Instagram today. Our new student orientation. So So a lot of these pieces, I think one of my concerns is going to be scope. But the thing of it is that for this whole thing to work, there are a lot of little pieces that support it, and this is one piece. So NSO is where we're going to house some of this information about EPCs, the email, the degree works, first year experience. We can have an exit survey to find out what exactly they're taking away. These are all really important pieces. In order to make that happen, though, we need to have more sessions on more campuses. For that to happen, we need to have more people. So I came up with this internship program. We're piloting it this summer. We have 8 interns, and they are hosting these NSOs on different campuses. So the idea is to have more students involved participate in NSO. That's the dream. Okay, for our second objective, students become empowered to use online tools and assignments and events in and out of the classroom to reflect upon and more deeply explore their career and academic paths. So the first part of this is we want more faculty to be aware of degree works. We're hoping that more faculty get training in degree works. Very minimal training. We're talking about a 1-hour training just so they have an idea of what it can do. And then we ask the disciplines to host one of the 3, instead of all of them, one of the 3. Either host a career day event, or have a career reflection assignment in a class, or have an assignment using degree works. Now we have a complete list of the disciplines. We had 29 disciplines do this, and which ones they chose. It worked out perfectly because we have a nice mix of some doing the assignment, some doing the reflection, some doing career day, and on different levels too. Not all in the beginning classes, someone later in the program. So I think it's going to work out perfectly in the idea of what it's going to have that repeated reflection. And finally, students will connect with their assigned early alert academic advisor to create their educational plans. So we really want more students to connect to their EA advisors. Again, it starts in the welcome video, and then at NSO. We have invitations through email. Remember, it only works if they actually go to their email. And faculty will encourage these connections during those class assignments. What better time to kind of mention, hey, have you done your academic plan? Have you met with your EA advisor? Than in class when they start talking about that career reflection assignment. And then we want more educational plans. We want the expectation that complete educational plan would be presented, again, the welcome video and NSO, those email invitations, faculty interactions for like faculty advising, and counselor and advisor interactions. So that's what we're doing. We're hoping that these actions will make the difference. So we have an assessment design, and this is something that more than likely a SAC student is going to ask you about. How do we know it's going to work? Well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have an implementation task force to look at the data. These are going to be, of course, representation from all of the stakeholders. They're going to be formed in spring of 2023 when we will get our first big load of data to look at. And they're going to be the ones to look at the data and recommend changes if changes are needed. We have 2 summative assessments and 12 formative assessments. And I know that sounds like a lot, but what we're very careful about is that we've spread the workload around, so it's only a little bit of work for lots of different disciplines, for lots of different areas. Our summative assessments, we wanted to make that number from 83 down to 72 at the end of 5 years. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we're hoping. We will know if we're succeeding if that happens. By the end of 5 years, the number of awards, associate and certificate awards, will increase by 261. That's from 2019 data. And then we have the 12 formative. Again, this is going to help us know as we go along, is it working? Is it doing what it's supposed to do? So for Connect, for students who use the various EPC communication methodologies, we want to see an increasing number of students using myepc.edu. So at the end of 5 years, there's a 25% increase from when we started. So we want to see that constantly increase. We want to see a 10% increase every year in the request to promote forms. If more faculty are doing it, we'll have more forms. 5% increase in the number of clicks for the new introductory video. We have no data, we just put it up, so we'll see how, we want to see more and more clicks on it. An increase in the number of students who attend SO. We're hoping for every fall semester, we want to see an increased number, that number increased by 5%. And then for the exit survey, remember the whole point here is we want to know if they're getting what they're supposed to be getting in SO. We want to see at least 75% of participants self-reporting use or planned use of their email, degree works, and first year experience resources. Interestingly, as I told you that we're doing that piloting now, and we're kind of curious, with this whole internship and how is it working. So we pulled the data in June, and sure enough, we're like, only 45% are actually going into their email. And so they made some changes, and I'm really excited to see what that data shows in September, if those changes made a difference for these students. Discover, students will use online tools and assignments and events in and out of the classroom to reflect upon and more deeply explore their career academic paths. So we want to have, by the end of 5 years, we want to have 50% of faculty have some type of training in degree works. We're hoping for 40% of the disciplines. Now it says all disciplines. Keep in mind, some disciplines can't, like nursing. Nursing really can't. They have a very set curriculum. There's some other disciplines that can as well. But for those that can, we want to see 40% of the disciplines have one of those 3 things: a career reflection, a assignment using degree works, and a career day or a career day event. Please note there is a list in the QEP that talks about which disciplines are doing what, and we do have 29 disciplines participating at this point. There'll be more clicks in degree works on all the different pages. We'll see an increase in the number of students who participate in those career day events. Right now, we have dismal participation. Like, you know, obviously we've had other career day events throughout the years. There were like 4 students. So we want to see at least 20 students in each of these, and we want to get the dual credit students involved as well. This is a great opportunity to get our dual credit students involved on our campuses. And 75% of students will report being confident in their degree path on this essay survey. These are based on 2 questions that have not been launched yet. They hopefully go launch in this spring, correct, Dr. Pedler? This coming up spring. And then finally, I'm sorry.
I have a question on what about the career days that the schools have? Is there any chance, I know Dr. Serrata's a speaker at his kiddos' classes, but is there any chance we could find out when career days are at the high schools and send someone to, you know, just quickly teach the kiddos how to go online and access EPCC, my EPCC?
I don't know, I could definitely ask, but I'll definitely have to look into that. No, that isn't part of it, because our QEP is usually what we can control within our school. But dual credit is part of our, you know, our students too, so I don't know if they have career days with those dual credit students and how that can work. But we definitely have the dual credit liaisons, and maybe we can work with them to see if we can arrange. Any other? Okay. And finally, we have the students will connect with their assigned early alert academic advisor to create those educational plans. We want to see an increase in number of those connections. So we want that number, every year we want to see an increase of that number, and we want to see a total increase of 25% number of completed degree plans at the end of 5 years. We hope that we see a slight increase every year. These are all the ways we're going to be looking at the data to say, hey, are we increasing? Is there any movement? Is this working? Do the students find this valuable? We have surveys at the end of each of those assignments. Again, those surveys are in the QEP if you'd like to take a look in the appendix. And that's going to help us know how the students are reacting to it as well. So we have several, I know it looks like a lot, but really there's several little data points to let us know if what we're doing is what we think we're doing. Pilots, I'm not going to go too deep into this. I just want to point out 2 things. We had 3 pilots. Of course, the new student one is going on now. We had a career day event pilot last year. And through this experience, we created a career day toolkit. And I say we, really Career and Transfer Services did an incredible job of doing this toolkit. This toolkit is going to help faculty, because hosting a career day is a lot. It's a lot of work. But this toolkit gives them all the information, step by step, who to call on which campus, as well as how Career and Transfer Services can help them. The next thing I want to just really talk about in terms of the degree works assignment was done by the math discipline last semester. And they had 2 really important points. One was they had a great idea that, hey, we want to know if the students took that survey. So they recommended, and we of course did, putting a code after they hit submit so that instructors can assess whether they took the survey or not. Also, a number of students came to the faculty, and this is anecdotal, so I don't know exactly how many, that said, hey, I did this degree work assignment, and I think something's wrong. I need to change this. So they felt that the students really valued this assignment. Again, there's a lot of marketing here. There's a lot of QEP marketing. I'm not going to go through all of it. I'm just going to go through 2 points. One is, or 3 actually, it's really important that we have shared knowledge and understanding about the QEP. That is one of SAC COC requirements. That's why there is all this marketing. We need to make sure that we get the word out and that everyone knows about our QEP, everyone being our EPCC community. We had a QEP poster contest held last year. That was the first way we started to connect with students about our QEP. We had 50 entries. The posters you see all around, those posters came from one of the winners. And the last thing I want to mention for the marketing is that I'd like to invite all of you to our back-to-school bashes. We have a back-to-school bash on each campus, starting August 31st, and then after the following week, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. Culminating in the 9th, we're going to have movie night at Mission. So these are, we're finally getting the students back, and I think a lot of faculty, staff, they're really excited about this. This is a great opportunity to get students engaged and to learn about our QEP.
Can you email us all those dates?
I absolutely can, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so for SAC-COC, these are the takeaways. I'm going to fly through these. The last 2 slides, I promise. But this summarizes how we got to what we're doing and what we hope to accomplish. Our QEP is Find Your Way, Connect, Discover, Succeed. Our goal is to empower students to take ownership of their academic and career pathways. We started the process with data. We had a topic selection task force that looked at data, administered 2 surveys, had a virtual town hall. We had a development task force with all the stakeholder representation to develop the goal, objectives, and interventions. Our goal and objectives were developed through the connection to our strategic plan and outcomes. Yeah, our QEP goal and objectives were developed through the connection of our strategic plan and outcomes. That's a really important one. And if you have a way of sliding that in there with SAC-COC, the prior studies and best practices were researched, faculty were asked for more feedback, and 2 surveys were conducted to obtain more data. QEP interventions were compiled, 3 pilots were conducted. The QEP assessment design was structured to measure the effectiveness of those interventions. We have 2 summative outcomes and 12 formative. Our QEP formally launched this 2022. Our QEP snapshot, you'll see the 3 pages that you were given, that's called the QEP snapshot, has our goal, objectives, interventions, and outcomes. Our website, goepc.edu/QEP, has 2 sways. It has 4 students and 4 faculty and staff. Really fast, 1 or 2 minutes that kind of covers what we're hoping everyone in the EPC community knows about our QEP. Last but not least, my card was in all of the bags. If you have any questions, concerns, please reach out, ask, I'm always available.
Is your staff as excited as you?
My staff, you know what, our team certainly is. I think RAP team certainly is. We have a lot of excited staff because, a lot of people really put in a lot of effort to this. So the counselors put all this effort into, being a part of it and having this video. The career and transfer services, they put a lot of effort into the career day toolkits. They're really excited about it, career day events. I mean, the faculty, they put a lot of effort. They worked on creating those interventions for the past year. So they're really excited about implementing them. So there's a lot of excitement because this plan could really work. They could really help our students, and that's kind of exciting to be a part of.
One of the areas that I've addressed with Pam is on the business cards that we get. We should have some of these on the back of the cards printed to kind of, use every single business card, because I know everybody has them, faculty or us, to promote the college with those business cards, not promote yourself as here's my contact information, but flip it over, look, here's what we have at the EPCC.
Absolutely.
Because then we can use that as publicity for the college.
That would be awesome. And like I said, I think our students become more and more engaged with this process. And I'm really excited to see how the data turns out. It is kind of exciting, right?
I couldn't tell.
Any questions?
I think it's absolutely amazing.
Okay.
It's really, really impressive. Very fresh, very new, and a clear direction of where we're headed.
Yay. Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Quiroz.
And I will take that middle.
You want to break for lunch, Judge?
Yeah, I guess so.
And we can have Ms. Shaughnessy ready to go at quarter after as the board enters lunch.
Okey-doke. I guess it's here, right, Ben? Lunch?
Lunch is here. So are we gonna break right now?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am, yes, dude. Yes, dude.
Is that one?
No, thanks. Thank you very much. She asked a question, I said, yes, sir, I'm like, I go, yes, ma'am, right, yes, dude, yes, whatever. Right, but.
Huh? Stacy is so cute.
I stressed out.
He stressed it already. Julie, can you have your extra pen so we can get him too? He has twin girls.
Eating them with a whip.
They will love this little pin, and I like mine, so I don't wanna give mine.
La nariz, ¿o qué? ¿Tiene ojos?
Your name on your box, did you want to bring me here?
We have to, because they're the ones that are.
It's eyes and
Okay, we're back in session. Go ahead and read. I think it's on the 5.5.
Item 5.5, Ms. Josette Shaughnessy, Vice President of Financial and Administrative Operations, will provide an update on the budget development process for fiscal year 2022, 2023.
Okay, Josette, you're on.
Well, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Ms. Shaughnessy, it sounds like the voice of God.
I certainly would prefer to see you in person, but circumstances dictate that I do present remotely. So I do want to thank certainly Carlos Mejia and Jaime for helping me getting this presentation going for you all. So good afternoon, or actually good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Haggerty, Dr. Serrata, members of the board, and members of the listening audience. Thank you so much for accommodating your time to be updated on the budget and certainly what it's going to look like for next year, and we'll be ready for your adoption on August the 29th at our regular board meeting. First and foremost, I also want to thank, because that's something I don't want to forget at the very end of the presentation, I want to thank my staff. So I'm assisted with Fernando Flores, our Associate Vice President of Budget and Financial Services, and Laura Tellez, our Director of Budgets, and certainly her staff and my staff for helping me putting this presentation together, providing all the information. I'm sure you can imagine there's a lot of work that is put into this presentation. So without further ado, I'd like to give you the agenda for this afternoon. An update on the budget development process that has been ongoing since February of this year. Just give you a quick update on our HERF Awards funding and where we're at as of July 31st. Give you an update on the projected revenue and the budget status for this fiscal year, because that's very important, because that's going to be the basis for next year. An update on the projected revenue and preliminary baseline budget for next fiscal year, and our budget strategies in terms of funding the budget that you will approve at the end of August. And then our next steps for budget adoption. So we are down to the wire, just about 3 weeks away from having that budget adopted. As you know, I presented to the board on May the 25th and gave you an update on the baseline budget, which has been updated now as of July the 31st. So you can see that we have quite a bit of capacity to fund next year's budget. We have completed the review of most additional funding requests and still having a little bit of work on refining those requests, as you will see in just a while. We have updated the revenue for fiscal year 21-22 and for next fiscal year, and we revised our funding strategies that are based on revenue projections. First, foremost on our grant awards, this is the same slide as I presented last time. As you know, we have received from the various grant awards under the various acts that were enacted for COVID relief, about over $122 million. And as of July 31st, we have expended 96.8 million of the 122 million, with a balance of 25 million remaining. We do anticipate to draw down a little bit more lost revenue, because we still have not drawn down what we have lost for the summer enrollment that was lower than the previous year, and so we're still having to work on that. But the bottom line is we're going to be carrying forward close a little bit over $25 million into next fiscal year. As a reminder, this funding expires. We have to expend those funds by June of 2023. And so the 25 million is going to be targeted towards covering any lost revenue because of continued decline in enrollment as compared to the baseline of pre-COVID. So that means fiscal year of 1920. And then also any kind of cost associated with any the transition to online cost and any PPEs that we continue to fund for the HERF boards. In terms of revenue projections for 21-22, I am pleased to report that we will meet the projections and actually above what we had anticipated, except for the tuition and fees. So the adopted budget, the revenue for that supported the adopted budget of $149.8 million as compared to $152.7 million that we anticipate to generate by the end of this fiscal year, or an increase of $2.9 million, is allocated as follows. State appropriation, slight decrease, and this is really related to the Hazelwood appropriation. We do get a small appropriation for Hazelwood exemptions, and so that is anticipated to be a little bit lower by $8,300. So not really a major issue here. HERF revenue recovery at $14.3 million. Actually, this is the actual amount of revenue we are going to draw down, or an increase of $4.6 million over what we had anticipated at the beginning of the fiscal year. When we budgeted that last year, it was really based on a flat enrollment from the previous year. However, as you know, we did have a decrease in enrollment this fiscal year, and so therefore those numbers reflect that decline in enrollment. Again, the revenue recovery is meant to be spent for one-time kind of expense. So just want to make sure that you understand that this is not meant to cover recurring expenses. And you will see in a little while how this is actually handled in the budget. In the budget, in our expenditure budget that you adopted, the original $9.7 million is actually set aside as a reserve for one-time kind of expense. So again, when we went before the board last year in August, if you recall, I mentioned that any kind of HERF funding is meant to cover one-time funding. It is excluded from any sustainable kind of budget. The overhead recovery from grants at $779,000 will yield an increase about $242,000. And you've seen throughout the various board meetings that we've had an increase in grants, and a lot of those grants do contain an indirect cost component in the budget. So thereby you can see an increase now in overhead recovery revenue. Local funds, of course, those local funds, that's what really comprise the majority of our revenue sources. Tuition and fees at $35.3 million, or a decrease of $2.1 million, again reflects the enrollment decline that we experienced during the fiscal year in all semesters, in the fall, in the spring, and in the summer. Thereby, the increase in the HERF revenue recovery. As you can see, that explains why we did get additional income from HERF revenue recovery. Property taxes. Can you still hear me? Can you all still hear me?
Okay, can you hear me, Ms. Shaughnessy?
Yes, I can.
Okay, on the tuition and fees, and then the 2.125, you mentioned that was the decline fall, spring, summer. That's for 2021 through 2022?
Yes, ma'am. It's this current fiscal year.
Right, okay, just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. So regarding property taxes, that is truly the one that we always budget very conservatively, and so that's why you see here an increase of $1.3 million. That $66.7 million actually include any estimated refunds that we anticipate by the end of this fiscal year. As of July, as of the end of June, we already had reimbursed taxpayers about $1.3 million. So we had an additional $300,000 in there just to be conservative. But in spite of that, we're still looking at an increase in property tax revenue, about $1.3 million. And again, this is related to the fact that we budgeted very conservatively when we went before you on the budget last year in August. So it is always nice, obviously, to see that little windfall. Other income here is reflected was an increase of about $282,000, and this is directly related to the increase in interest income. As you know, and as probably Dr. Savata can be a witness to, the Federal Reserve has increased regularly its Fed fund rates, which obviously bode very well for all entities. Now our pools are certainly earning more interest than they were used to. In fact, just to kind of give you an idea on our interest income projection, which you will see in a little while, how it's going to definitely provide more capacity for our budget next year. Just to give you an idea, on the 1st of July, our Fed fund rate was at 1.75%. And at the end of July, actually, the range was from 2.25 to 2.5%. And in September, the Federal Reserve is anticipated to increase the rates to about 3%, going into November at about 3.25%, and in December at 3.5%. So that kind of gives you a little bit of perspective on why. In a little while, you're going to see that the projected income from interest is going to rebound tremendously and will help us fund our budget for next year. So in total, we are total operating for revenue for this year, $151,177,943, or an increase of $4.3 million. And then when considering the self-supporting program, that always pan out less than budgeted, but yet are always also expected to spend at the same level that they are generating revenue. We are looking at total projected revenue a little bit over $152.7 million, or an increase of $2.9 million. So obviously this is really important because it's going to help us increase our surplus fund balance at the end of the fiscal year, which actually is illustrated here in this slide. So I know you've seen this slide before.
Before we go to the next slide, Josette, before you go to this slide, go back to that other page, please.
Sure.
Right down there, how did we miss, what is self-supporting?
Okay, so the self-supporting programs are budgeted differently from the operating budget, because those budgets support those programs that are self-supporting in the sense they are entrepreneurial, or they are created to provide funding for those grants that do not cover those costs. And so the self-supporting program are budgeted break-even. So for a $3 million revenue, we don't budget more than $3 million in expenses. And then during the fiscal year, any revenue that is generated cannot be spent or cannot support expenditures that are higher than that revenue. But those programs are usually, they are in general in the instruction and workforce education division. So Dr. Smith and Dean Primozic actually administer those funds, and they basically handle those programs are self-supporting in the sense that any fund balance that they generate in those programs carry forward to the following year to fund any kind of expenses that they need to support the program. Did I answer your question, sir?
No, how did we miss it we almost missed it by 50%. We budgeted that we were gonna bring in $3 million, we only brought in 1.5.
The pandemic, Judge, impacted these particular areas. They've become harder to predict just based on the pandemic. And so these are programs that, again, we only expend what we receive from those particular programs. So we didn't lose $1.4 million.
I know we didn't lose it, but I mean, we projected in our budget that we were gonna have an extra 1.5 million. But you're saying it's a wash?
It is a wash.
Okay. That explains it. Okay, thank you.
And let me add a little bit more perspective to that. The reason where we go is, I don't know if you recall, but actually those programs were budgeted at about $4.4 million in the past, and we reduced those drastically because we were trying to be a little bit more realistic. The $3 million is actually to give you a little bit more budget flexibility in case new programs come online during the fiscal year. And so if you have new grants coming online, new programs that we want to try as an entrepreneurial kind of approach. That's the reason why we have the $3 million budget. However, again, as mentioned, is again, if the revenue doesn't come in, then obviously the program cannot expand those revenues that are not there. So, but certainly the $3 million is to provide us with some flexibility in the budget, but are not expended unless absolutely needed.
So my question is, we don't add that into our budget, which it's just gonna be a wash. So that $3 million wasn't added into the budget when we were expecting that much money, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Haggerty, but you broke up, and I think if I understood correctly, is that at the end of the fiscal year, if we anticipate $1.5 million in revenue, the expenditures actually you're going to see in a little while in the next slide that actually the anticipated expenditures are going to be below that amount. So those budgets are not expended at all. Whatever does not generate revenue is not expended.
Okay, as long as it's a wash, I have no
It
problem.
is a wash, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
It's actually more than it's actually better than a wash. Let me show you in the next slide what we anticipate in expenditures for the self-supporting account. If you see under revenue for self-supporting accounts is 1.5 million, and then the expenses for the self-supporting accounts, it's anticipated to be at 1.1 million. So they actually would have an increase, it would be an increase in fund balance for those programs, for each respective program collectively. So they're definitely meeting their budget. So we have no issue here in terms of losing any kind of funding or losing any kind of money because of those self-supporting programs not performing the way they're supposed to perform.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, unless there are any questions about this, any other questions about this particular slide? Again, those are the actual results through July 2022 with projections through the end of August for this fiscal year. And that's going to be the basis for next fiscal year, as you will see in just a minute. So this is just to show you here, and I know this is quite busy, but when you look at the total revenue that we just talked about a minute ago, 152.7 million, we anticipate that the total expenses for the entire operating budget, including our self-supporting program, to be at about $130 million. And this is created by quite a few savings. As you know, we always have savings based on our vacancies. We always have savings based on part-time faculty salaries. If the enrollment is not where it should be, there are some variable costs that obviously do not occur. Should enrollment go up, that part-time faculty salary pool obviously is going to be more expended, but right now it is not. So we are looking at some savings in that area. So we're looking at some significant savings with projected expenditures that are going to be lower than the actual revenue that is coming in. So we are looking at adding to the fund balance before we even close the fiscal year at about $22.3 million. What happens is that at the end of the fiscal year, before we close our books, I meet with Dr. Serrata and we discuss how we can allocate some of that fund balance, maybe to the project reserve fund, for our construction projects, for our maintenance projects. And later on, what we'd like to do later on, probably early fall, we'd like to make a presentation to you to talk about those projects that are funded by this fund that we set aside as a result of budget surpluses. So the bottom line here is we are in very good financial condition by the end of this fiscal year, and certainly that contributes to our financial stability. Having a good fund balance is very important to the financial stability of any organization. Any questions on this? I know this is busy, but any questions you have on this particularly? If you notice, maybe I'd like to bring your attention to the HERF reserve for one-time needs. So the lost revenue recovery is estimated at $14.3 million, and we are looking at expending potentially $5 million from that to kind of cover one-time needs, to anything that really we want to set aside to cover one-time kind of purchase like equipment or anything that really our vice presidents have submitted for one-time kind of funding, because that does not belong in a recurring expense budget. We fund it as one time. And so that's what we would be using that HERF reserve for, because that type of federal lost revenue recovery, the federal government allows us to do that. So moving on to fiscal year 22-23 budget, major revenue sources, as you know, is what really covers our operating budget. So our state appropriation is based on the 87th legislature biennium funding. This is going to be the second year of the biennium. There's no additional funding from the state. Our tuition revenue is going to be based on current enrollment of this fiscal year, which means we try to stay conservative. We hope that it does not go down from the current enrollment. At this time, we're about 6% increase in fall enrollment, 7% in credit hours. The gap is somewhat decreasing, but at the same time, we're hoping that we, if anything, like I've told Dr. Amaya, please do not go below the current enrollment, because this is what our budget, our projections are based on. And if it does, then we deal with it like we have over the years. It's also based on the current tuition rate. And the current tuition rate, we have not brought forward any increase in tuition rate as we normally would do at this time. Every 2 years, if you recall, we come before the board to review our tuition rate schedule. However, in light of the current situation, we felt like it was just, it was definitely more prudent and certainly would help our students to keep the same tuition rate. So at this time, we're not making any recommendation for tuition rate increase. The property tax revenue that is based on the July 25th certified valuation, $55.9 billion. This is an increase of close to $7 billion over last year's valuation. And that includes new property of $1.329 billion. That new property certainly has exploded because in the past we were always below $1 billion. And this certainly has passed that mark. And that valuation has also created a no new revenue tax rate of 12.2611 per $100 valuation. Our current tax rate is 13.4760 per $100 valuation. Again, as a reminder, the no new revenue tax rate is the tax rate that generates the same amount of property tax revenue based on the same property tax on both years. In other words, $59.9 billion less $1.3 billion. So this is truly really important to us, because now it creates more capacity between our current rate and the authorized rate of 15 cents. I have a slide in a little while that's going to illustrate what I am trying to say here. But the 12.2611, this is actually the tax rate we're going to recommend to the board. We're going to recommend, that means that we are not raising our tax rate. So we're not raising the non-new revenue tax rate, at which point we would have to go for public hearing and all the kinds of protocols that we have to follow whenever the board has to approve an increase in the tax rate. In this case, we are not recommending to the board an increase in our tax rate, and for the reasons that I will illustrate in just a little while when we discuss our revenue projections. Any questions on this?
Ms. Shaughnessy, maybe we should have a meeting and, to discuss that tax rate so that the news media can show up and then they can put that in the paper that we did not. Yeah, but if we, but nobody reads the paper, sir. That's what I was saying. If we have a meeting and we announce no tax. There's probably more than what read the paper. I'm just saying, because somewhere along the line, we do need to publicize that.
Can I ask a
It's certainly a very good point, Dr. Graham, because truly, we're really trying to hold the line on increasing taxes if we don't have to. But really, the reason why we have that lower tax rate is because of the increase in valuation. And so that's the result of that. In order for us to get additional tax revenue above what we're already getting on the new property, yes, we would have to increase our tax rate, which is not what, we are not recommending that at this point, based on the budget strategies that we're going to be presenting to you in just a little while.
Do you just put it in the Times, Josette, or do you put it like in El Paso Inc.? Or so that it gets out to more people? Because I know a lot of people don't take the Times anymore. But I don't know.
Now, I'm sorry, sir, so
Doesn't it also have to be posted on
we
the
do,
website? So it's on the website?
we do publish, we have by law, we have to publish our tax rate on the website, and we certainly can make a comment there on our website that we are not increasing our tax rate. We could have actually something, and maybe it's something I can work with Dr. Mo on actually publishing, when we are publishing our tax rate, because this is required, that we publish our tax rate, our non-new revenue tax rate, and all kinds of information actually is required for us to publish on the website. I do have that information in your presentation. At the very end of the presentation, I have like a tax calendar that talks about all the different protocols that we have to follow whenever we are publishing our non-new revenue tax rate. The county has to publish the non-new revenue tax rate for all taxing entities, and then we have to do our part on our own website. And so we certainly can we can actually add something like this, just like we publicize all our accomplishments by our students, by our employees, we certainly could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on this subject? Just to let you know, the certified appraisal to be accepted by the board, that will be on the August 29th board meeting. On the board agenda. And our non-new revenue tax rate is going to be published. It's already been published. With you in early August, we actually already published it on our college website. So we certainly can go back and look and see what we can do there to enhance this kind of accomplishment.
Also, the county publishes their number.
Okay, so when we look at revenue projections for fiscal year 22-23, what you see here before you is now the revenue projections that are going to support next year's budget. It is preliminary in a sense that we're still tweaking those numbers as we get closer to our beginning of classes. We are able to assess our tuition a little bit better. However, what you see here before you is, again, based on the current fiscal year results. So state appropriation, as I mentioned earlier, will come in a little bit lower, but this is, again, related to the Hazelwood appropriation, very small amount that we get that is going to be decreased by that $8,300. HERF revenue recovery, what you see here before you is what's estimated to be recovered, assuming that we continue the same trend, assuming that we stay at the same enrollment. So the way that we calculate that revenue recovery is we compare the actual results to the baseline year, which would be prior to COVID. So that generates that kind of revenue calculation. And also, that also takes into consideration the fact that the HERF funding is going to expire in June of 2023. So this does not include any potential revenue recovery from summer, should summer pan out lower than anticipated next year. So this is about an increase about 1.3 million over what we had budgeted. That also, as if you recall, I mentioned to you that revenue recovery is going to be offset by the same amount in the budget, because that is used only for one-time kind of thing. It is not used for anything else but one-time kind of expenses. Overhead recovery, projected at the same level as this year, and this is probably very conservative. We continue to make tremendous strides in getting grants. That amount could actually be higher than the $242,000 increase that you see here. As far as the tuition and fees is concerned, we anticipate to generate about $38.7 million. Again, based on current enrollment, but what is different here is the fact that we are assessing the distance education fee to our students that are taking online classes. And so for the last 2 years, we had been waiving that amount, which, by the way, we had recouped through the HERF funding. But here now we are assessing that fee. And that fee actually is anticipated to generate something like $3.3 million. $3.3 million is significant. Pre-COVID, we were collecting about 1.3, but pre-COVID, we also were experiencing a shift for the students that were taking face-to-face classes to online classes. So already pre-COVID, we were seeing that shift in those students now choosing to take online classes versus face-to-face classes. So here, the current enrollment numbers for fall indicate that we could be collecting up to $3.3 million in distance ed fee. So this is reflected in that variance amount of $1.1 million when you compare tuition and fees that were budgeted for the current year to what we're projecting for next year. So the $1.1 million actually reflect, obviously, the decline in enrollment, therefore decline in tuition and fees, and then the increase in distance ed fee. Property taxes, here, what you see reflected is the revenue that is based on the certified valuation with a tax rate of 12.2611 cents per $100 valuation, and also reduced by about 1.6 in refund. So this is conservative figure, and we do anticipate that this will be generated for next fiscal year, or an increase about $2 million. So obviously very critical to fund our operations. Other income of $5.5 million, this is really the clear winner here for additional income for next fiscal year, an increase of $3.5 million. This is directly related to the interest income. Now, the interest income here, remember I mentioned earlier that the Fed fund rates were anticipated to be at 3.5% by December. This interest income here that is included in this other income is actually based on an average interest rate of about a little bit over 2%, 2.3%. And the reason why we did this is because we are very cognizant of any kind of economic crisis that could hit us between now and obviously next fiscal year, any kind of political issues that come up that obviously affect our investment market. And so we believe that this is conservative. If we were not conservative, we actually could have added another $1.2 million to this interest income. However, we feel like it's not very prudent to do that. We don't want to speculate, and we would rather be conservative more than anything. So, as you know, interest income has been very volatile. 2 years ago, we had to reduce our interest income from $2.2 million to about $110,000. So that was very significant. And here you can see now with the Fed fund rates increasing, that certainly gives us a windfall that will help our budget. So total operating revenue for next year is anticipated at $155.1 million, or an additional $8.3 million of additional revenue that it does include some HERF in there, but truly you're looking at actually an additional $6.7 million if you don't account for the HERF funding. So very significant to help us with funding everything that we need. So with a self-supporting program that are budgeted year break even, total $158.1 million to support our budget. Any questions on this? Thank you. So here that's a normal pie that I usually show in terms of the distribution of those revenue sources as compared to the total revenue. So as you can see, property taxes at $67.4 million represent a little bit over 42%. Our tuition and fees at 38.7 represent about close to 25%, 24.47, and our state appropriation are now below 20%. Now, these numbers are a bit skewed because these total revenue sources are including the revenue, the HERF revenue recovery. If you take that away, you're going to find out that those revenue sources actually represent a little bit higher amount of the pie. So just wanted to kind of give you that perspective. Now, as to the baseline budget. So if you recall, last time that I presented, our baseline budget was giving us a little bit more capacity. Was giving us a capacity of about $690,000. So when I'm talking about the baseline budget here, and we compare it to the adopted budget, the baseline budget includes all those positions that have been, all those position vacancies that have been brought down to the funding, to the budget level as compared to the incumbent level or salary level. So as you can see here, the difference between the baseline budget of $148.6 million as compared to what was adopted for this current year, $149.8 million, that gives us about an additional close to $1.2 million capacity. And you can see here the distribution between the various executive level. This doesn't mean that in financial administrative operation, I reduced my budget by $1.2 million. It just means that I had a redistribution, like for example, on when we approved additional travel, when we restored the travel, when we restored some frozen position, and those originally were under my oversight, and then were distributed back to the various executive level. Then that's the reason why you see those kind of variances in the various executive levels. But the bottom line is the close to $1.2 million represents some significant salary savings during the fiscal year due to retirements, due to resignations.
So there was a significant drop, Ms. Shaughnessy, under financial and administrative operations, right? The 1.2?
I am so generous.
Right.
So generous.
What was that from?
I just happened to have the oversight of some budgetary, like for example, when the board approved last year, the restoring of some frozen position, which was about $500,000. We also restored $500,000 in travel, okay? So at the very beginning of the fiscal year, that went into my executive level as the oversight. But then later on, this was reallocated to the various executive levels. So that's why you see that movement across the board. And so it really, the 1.1 million really represents a net of what happens within each executive level. So each executive level here has experienced vacancies due to retirements, resignations. And so here what you see is a net. We have the detail of these net amounts for each one of those. And so, but the bottom line here is it represents just the movement of positions. Some positions were vacated, some positions were recruited. And so, but the 1.1 million is the net of all of those transactions. If you'd like to see a more detail, it's a lot of detail that goes into these kind of amounts, and we certainly can provide you with that information.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, did I answer your question?
That's fine, yes, thank you.
So what's important here to retain is the baseline budget now is $149,623,492, and you're going to see that amount on another slide when we discuss budget strategy. So this is our starting point for our budget for next year. We're not starting with the adopted budget. We're starting with the baseline budget of $148.6 million. The next few slides, and you have that in your packet, is again to show the distribution of those expenditures. This one is by function. This is actually the way that you approve the budget. Under the NACUBO requirements of budget approval, you approve a budget by function. However, what is probably most relevant to everyone is the way we distribute this budget between salaries and benefits and supplies and services. So here you can see the distribution of that $148.6 million. You can see that your faculty salaries at $49.2 million represent about 33.12% of the budget. That's without benefits. Our staff salaries represent about $41.7 million of that total budget, or a little bit over 28% of the budget. Our benefits represents close to 10% of our total budget at $14.3 million. And then you have this contingency. Contingency is here contains the HERF reserve. So that is, we have a few funds in there that are about, I want to say about $500,000. That is a regular contingency that is there to assist us during the fiscal year if we have a need for a permanent budget. So that's what we use. But here, the majority of this budget here, which is about $9.7 million, this is the HERF reserve. And the HERF reserve, again, is budgeted the same as what we anticipate to recover in lost revenue. This amount here is going to go away next year. And when I say next year, I'm sorry, in 23-24, when we come before you with the budget, we're not going to contain any HERF reserve because that money will already have been expended. So just to kind of give you some perspective. The other components of this pie includes your supplies and services, about $23.7 million. We provided a detail of that at the end of your presentation. We also have transfers at $7.5 million. We also provided a detail for you. And the travel here, as you can see, $680,000. That includes what was funded during this fiscal year, thanks to your approval. We are going to be seeking to restore the remainder. And again, I want to make that very clear. We call it travel, but it's really earmarked for training, attending conferences, for people to obviously get updated on their skills, professional development. So there's a variety of budgets here that are included in that travel for all executive levels. Pre-pandemic, the travel budget was about $1.2 million. And so just to kind of let you know that we had decreased this travel budget by about $1 million when you all had to approve the budget back for, in fiscal year 2020-2021, in which it was in the middle of the pandemic. In terms of additional funding requests, so this would be an addition to the baseline budget. And so those additional funding requests are the results of the executive level submitting their operational needs for next fiscal year. And we always have more needs than we have funding, and we try to fund them the best we can with the budget that we have. Every year, we do have some critical needs, some must be funded. So the Central Appraisal District fees, as you know, they don't do the appraisal of property for free, and they charge all the taxing entities based on their tax levy. And so for us, we're talking a budget of a little bit under $1 million for central appraisal fees. We needed to increase that current budget by about $65,761. So we are requesting that because we're going to have to pay the bill. We're not going to have a choice. We are asking, now it's not a must be funded, but it's certainly a critical need, which is to restore the funding for critical frozen positions to the tune of about $697,654. This represents actually funding for about 14 positions that the executive levels have submitted because they feel like they truly need them. If you recall, back in 2020-21 budget, we froze over $6 million in positions. And when we froze those positions, there was 136 positions that over 136 positions that we froze. We still have most of those positions that are still frozen to the tune of about $5.4 million, which means when we say frozen, they are not funded, they are not in the budget. So here we're asking close to $700,000 to restore funding for about 14 positions that the VPs have submitted for consideration. And then the other thing, as I mentioned earlier, is we'd like to restore the travel.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I have to shout.
Yes, ma'am.
For on the frozen positions, you said there was 14. Can you describe, or somebody describe what the vetting process was to, assess that, to make that determination?
Absolutely. So in the past, what we've done is as a cabinet, we have met and we have discussed the need for those positions. And so basically what I did this time around, I have asked each vice president to review the listing of frozen positions and submit what they feel like was really truly critical. And so I have received that list, and that's what that $697,654 is about. But just give you an example, like in my area, just to kind of pick on my area, I am asking to restore an associate director for employee relations, because as you know, employee relations is a critical area of the college that certainly needs help. I'm also asking for restore a administrative position in that same department, because right now we have an employee who is acting in that is from human resources. So that funding is really temporary, and we want that funding to be permanent. But I can give you another example in information technology. For example, Mr. Fernandez is asking to restore an executive director of ERP support and a system software architect. In the VP of Enrollment Services, Student Enrollment Services is the Executive Director for Strategic Enrollment Initiatives and an Assistant Director for Recruitment Services. So as you can see, those positions are pretty critical and really are needed for funding. So that, and I'm assuming that our vice presidents have also discussed that with Dr. Serrata. Did that answer your question, Ms. Sanchez?
Kind of. So, I guess, this is only for the executive level positions, Dr. Serrata, or is this for also, faculty positions as well?
Absolutely, Ms.
Yeah.
Sanchez. So Dr. Smith, when he looked at his areas, our faculty, we didn't freeze or we didn't really freeze any faculty positions.
Okay.
Because if the student demand is there, we want to ensure that we're able to move forward with that. But they were mostly administrative positions as well as some professional staff positions that during that particular year, just based on the budget, we felt it was in our best interest to move forward. I've always let the vice presidents know that they can swap positions, that they can repurpose positions, and to an extent, some of them have chosen to do that as well.
So, for example, how does that process work for faculty positions? Or the folks that are providing the instruction, the counselors or those, how does that work?
Sure. So what'll occur is it just depends on the program and the demand for that respective program. So many of these positions were open at the time because we didn't necessarily have the enrollment demand for those particular programs. And so if we see a resurgence in that particular area, then Dr. Smith will come forward and say, okay, we're seeing a demand in this particular area. Similar to Ms. Shaughnessy and I discuss on a regular basis, the adjunct pool. So we have an adjunct pool that if we see a demand and a need from the community for certain courses, then we'll always have those funds available to be able to staff those respective areas.
And then for the 14 positions, were these the ones that were all frozen from last, so in other words, did you all make an assessment or do an assessment to really evaluate whether or not it was critical to have a certain position
be unfrozen.
Yes.
No,
Right?
Go ahead,
Yes.
Ms. Shaughnessy,
Whoever
please.
wants to talk.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, yes, and certainly the vice presidents have that kind of flexibility to review those frozen positions and decide, because among the 136 positions that still remaining frozen, out of 136, we're basically asking for 10% of that to be restored. I can tell you there are a lot of positions out there that certainly we need to take a good look at, but those 14 were deemed, to each per cabinet area, were deemed necessary by the respective vice president.
So just so that I'm clear, there's 136 positions that haven't been filled within the past fiscal year. And out of the 136, you made the or whoever made the determination that 14 were the ones that you all wanted to recommend to move forward in unfreezing.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. And those positions, again, they are not funded. And so they are the result of the drastic measures that we took in fiscal year 2021 in order to balance the budget. And then so we're trying to make a concerted effort to see if those positions really, is there a need to restore some of them? And so that's the result of that review, Ms. Sanchez.
One other question. So I know one of the issues that we've identified, at least in talking through the strategic plan, and I know Dr. Graham has brought up before, was on the recruitment effort. So I'm seeing here that we definitely had put in there that we want to, I guess it would be under Vice President Mo, the recruitment services position.
Dr. Amaya, actually.
Oh, Dr. Amaya, the recruitment services position. Is there anything else there that we're seeing, that I guess is getting funded within these 14 positions to address some of those concerns post-pandemic, to get us where we need to be?
Sure, so Dr. Amaya moved forward and hired a director of recruitment, Mr. Talamantes, who's been on board a few months, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Amaya. And then in addition, he is now reinstating the executive director for strategic enrollment, again, to really focus on those particular areas. As we see the need and as he sees the need for additional areas, then he'll come to me and we'll discuss those. If I agree with him, then we'll move those forward. We'd come to the board and unfreeze those particular positions.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So in total critical needs, we're looking at about 1,263,415. So this is definitely something that we are asking the board to give serious consideration, and that's going to be included in my budget strategies. And as always, we always have various funding requests from the executive levels. So we're talking about the vice president, the associate vice presidents. So as you can see, they are itemized here before you. External relation, communication, and development. This is Dr. Mo's area, and she's requesting funding for about $278,152. This is mostly related to advertising and in staffing in the Department of Marketing that can address the kind of volume that they are dealing with. Financial and administrative operation, asking for a $60,465. This is related to getting an associate director to support Mr. Lobato. Mr. Lobato has been working with one associate director that just has retired, and we're finding out really that the structure of his department really needs more support, and so we are asking for an additional position here to support him. And certainly all the various facilities, as you know, that have grown, and we definitely need some help there. Information technology at $90,029. That is to support the Technology Resource Center. This is to actually pay for those instructors that are on release time to provide, as you know, very good training, excellent training on technology training for our faculty and staff. Instruction and workforce education at a tune of $979,712. This is still under review, and at the same time, this is something that we know is going to support various instructional initiatives that part-time, full-time, and other kind of needs that are necessary to operate. at the level of enrollment. Research, accreditation, and planning at $179,124. That's going to support I know that you heard a presentation on SAC-COC and QEP, and the majority of that funding is going towards those efforts. Also, I think supports the SASE surveys that need to be funded on a regular basis. And also, I think an additional research, in institutional research, an additional person in that area. And in student enrollment services, an additional $274,744. That is to support mainly a call center. So as you know, our student calling campaigns have been supported pretty much through Ms. Sano and some staff, and in light of that center moving now to student enrollment services, Dr. Amaya is requesting additional funding to create that call center. We also have some funding in there for the police department, and we also have some funding in there for a CE registration assistant. This is kind of a high-level discussion. I realize I don't have the exact detail, but certainly we can provide you with that detail.
Ms. Shaughnessy, on the student enrollment call center, is that going to be, and maybe Dr. Anaya, to bring back some of the students that have not finished so they can finish? Or is it only the ones that
I believe
have?
that's the purpose of that call center, but maybe Dr. Serrata can do a better job in answering that question, because I know that he's been having those discussions with Dr. Amaya. My notes here says that we're going to be hiring a manager for the call center, a lab assistant, and then several part-timers to assist in those efforts in continuing our calling campaigns to encourage our students to continue, or calling them for those that have not come back. But I'm pretty sure Dr. Serrata can do a much better job.
You're very kind, Ms. Shaughnessy. Dr. Amaya actually is joining us because he will be out next week, and so wanted to make sure that when we have cabinet that we're going to cover the budget, and wanted to be here. So Dr. Amaya, please chime in.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Graham. So yes, ma'am, we are working having the call center in-house is going to be really valuable, because we will be able to, as it is, we have many active calling campaigns going on. This is going to formalize our call center and allow us to have these calling campaigns running throughout the year. We do this already, and I should mention to you that we are, through the Department of Ed, partners with the Trellis Company, and also Trellis provides some of this support for us too. So we've been very fortunate. They help us out with texting, calling, postcards. We were just, I'll share this. We were just added to a new campaign, a new project that they have called Project Reconnect. We just met this past week, and this is sort of a last-minute push, and we're going to be reaching out to stop out students through them. But it will be great for us to have this in-house under our direction.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And Dr. Graham, they strategically will look at segments of the student enrollment to look at. And so from my perspective, they look at what I would call, the students that are most likely to enroll. So for instance, students that were here this spring that didn't graduate and didn't transfer, that are in good academic standing and have financial aid available to them. Those would be, from my perspective, the hottest prospects. And so they'll start with that list. And so, for instance, Angelica let me know this week that she had a list that was 6,000 students. And so that one was based on students who haven't paid yet. So we're going through that listing, we're reaching out to them, letting them know that financial aid opportunities are available to them, all of those different respective areas. Then they would hit the students that were here in the spring that didn't return in the fall. Then they'd go back to the previous fall. Those students that were here, they're not enrolled somewhere else. We have all that information. They're in good academic standing. And so we're continuously trying to pull these students back. What we did at the start of the pandemic, we had to send everyone home, and there were positions that, if you're a cashier, so I turned several of those positions, I worked with the vice presidents and turned several of those positions into a calling campaign to reach out to students. How are you doing? Is there anything that you need? How can we help? Stay engaged. We have online available to you. And over time, as we've come back to campus, those positions are not as available to help Angelica with the calling campaign as they had been in the past. And so we're asking, Angelica is officially gonna retire at the end of this month.
Again.
We were able to pull her back in part-time for a period of time, but she says she's done. And so we've asked Dr. Amaya, we're gonna coordinate, we're gonna formalize this area and have it under Dr. Amaya's purview.
And one of the areas that I know, some of our students that have left and left a balance, and I know we had some funds available for that, but can we connect some of those to the foundation or somebody that can help with,
Yes,
you know, because they're not coming back because they have a balance, they can't re-register.
No, it's a great point, Dr. Graham, and so we were one of the first institutions, Secretary Cardona actually mentioned us specific. We were one of the first institutions that went in and we took care of student debt. We utilized our federal resources to take care of student debt. The first time it was approximately $4 million. We have, Mr. Flores is in the building somewhere, Ms. Shaughnessy can reference this as well. We have utilized our HERF resources.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's actually here with me in the conference room.
I knew he was. Mr. Flores, you can go ahead and chime in and let Dr. Graham know how we have taken care of student receivables that they owe the institution, and how we turn around, once we take care of their debt to the institution, we turn around and we recruit them to re-enroll. But go ahead, Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Serrata. Actually, very recently, around July 7th, we discharged 1,195 students that previously owed us receivables back to fall of 2021. And so those were then handed off to Angelica Sano's calling team to reach out to do exactly what you're pointing out, to re-engage those students to registering again, which is one of the important reasons that the HERF requirements allows us to do. And so we discharged a little over $800,000 of student receivables, and then proceeded to contact and re-engage those students. Going forward into uses for the HERF funds into 22-23, we're reserving around 900,000 to discharge future debt from students to re-engage them as well.
Great, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
The only concern, Dr. Graham, is once these HERF resources are done, that becomes a concern, and the finance folks, Ms. Shaughnessy, Mr. Flores, and I have long discussions. We worry that we could be having students come under the impression that that will always happen, and we have those resources currently that we can do that. We were applauded by the federal government. We certainly believe it was the right thing to do, given the circumstances students were in. But we will counsel our students that that won't always be available to them. But we'll also let them know about payment plans, different things to make sure that we're able to re-engage those students.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding these additional funding requests, which, by the way, we're still refining them, and but we are thinking that the 1.8 million will be the maximum amount that we would be asking the board to fund, that you will see in just a while in those budget strategies.
Ms. Shaughnessy is correct.
Questions?
It will not be more than 1.8 million. It could come down. Dr. Smith and I, he was out this week, and he and I still have some further discussion, but I'll share with you, like, one of the items that was mentioned in the QEP, and Dr. Smith has it in his request, is for mental health services and expanding those particular areas. And so I obviously understood and heard the board clearly and how important that is. And so my discussions with him will not touch that particular area, but it won't be more than the 1.8. It may come down from that.
Thank you, Dr. Serrata. Okay, so moving along here with actually what we call here the core of the presentation, because this is really kind of puts everything together. The funding strategies for next fiscal year based on salary increase scenarios. And the reason why I called this funding strategies based on salary increase scenarios, because we certainly look at salary enhancement for our employees on an annual basis. There's never one year that we do not look at it, and we certainly take that very seriously. As you know, we want to compensate our employees, and certainly sometimes the budgetary conditions do not allow to do so, but here we do feel comfortable coming forward with a recommendation. It is, by the way, on the agenda for your consideration this afternoon. So first and foremost, I think I'd like to go over, this is another very busy slide. So this slide here basically shows funding strategies based on 6 salary increase scenarios. So it ranges from no salary increase, which we do not recommend, all the way to a salary increase of 5%. And again, we're trying to recommend something that we can afford. Based on our revenue projections, the very first row, this is what you see indicated, the total projected revenue, which is still preliminary, but it's going to be pretty close to that. $158,143,134. This is what we are looking at for next year. And then if you compare that to funding the baseline budget that I just talked about a while ago, along with the adjustment of the HERF reserve, so you're looking on the 4th row, a number here that is the preliminary budget surplus. And I put a deficit here, but it's really a surplus that we are looking at for next year for all 6 scenarios of salary increase recommendation. So that $8.1 million here is going to fund the critical needs at a minimum. And then if we have enough money left, then the salary enhancement. And as you can see, under each one of those scenarios, again, ranging from no salary increase to a salary increase of 5%, each scenario does generate a budget surplus. And that budget surplus under, if you look at the 7th row that says budget surplus before additional request, it ranges from $6.9 million with no salary increase all the way to $2.3 million for a salary increase of 5%. And then you take into consideration your additional request of $1.8 million, then the very last row, if we have a surplus that results from that, then we would recommend, in order to balance the budget, to do an addition to contingency. So under no salary increase, we would add $5 million to the contingency fund, where clearly this is something that you know that we certainly can allocate for salary enhancement. Under the 1% salary increase column, we would be adding to contingency $4.1 million. Under the 2% column, we would be adding $3.2 million. Under the 3% column, we would be adding $2.3 million. Under the 4%, we would be adding $1.4 million. And under the 5%, we would be adding a little bit over $500,000. So what you see here before you is funding a sustainable budget, because remember, the HERF revenue is being offset in a budget by a reserve that we use only for one time, if we even use it at all. So the recommendation here of the administration, Dr. Serrata and the administration, is that the board consider a 4% salary increase, because that's what yields some addition to the contingency that can be there just in case those revenue projections do not pan out. Just to be like on the safe side, we feel more comfortable with a 4% salary increase being recommended. And then the other thing that maybe Dr. Serrata would be discussing with you is maybe we consider another incentive distribution during the fiscal year if we feel comfortable that revenue projections are actually panning out. We also have some funds that are still remaining that we can use. And so this is what you have before you for your consideration, for your any kind of questions you may have on this, and I'll be glad to respond. I hope that I have covered this the best I could. This is a lot of information, But please, if you need me to elaborate on any of this, feel free to ask me.
Let me just thank Ms. Shaughnessy and Mr. Flores, Ms. Diaz, and their teams. Yeah, allow me, yes, thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Allow me to thank Ms. Shaughnessy, Vice President Shaughnessy, Mr. Flores, Ms. Diaz, as well as their entire teams for working diligently at the budget. Certainly appreciate all the effort. We're happy to entertain any questions from the board. It is our recommendation that, to the board, a 4% salary increase. Ms. Shaughnessy is correct. As we go forward into the fall semester, I have seen each of the respective school districts, in particular the large 3 school districts, reference the increase to their starting pay for their teachers, as well as they've implemented, each of them has put in their budgets a one-time payment utilizing their HERF resources that would be paid sometime during the year. I would consider that as well. I'm not ready to bring that to the board at this point, but that is something that Ms. Shaughnessy and her team and I are looking at. But we feel confident in recommending to the board a 4%. I'd remind the board that we did a 2% this current fiscal year. The board has always been at the forefront of ensuring that our faculty and staff are certainly appreciated, and the board has been very cognizant of obviously inflation, and we're trying to do our best with the budget that we have to put forth a salary enhancement that still allows us to have a balanced budget.
Is this everybody?
This 4% would be full-time and part-time staff, Judge.
Any motion?
I,
Go ahead.
Discussion at number 5.5, item 5.5, discussion and action to approve salary increases for employees of the El Paso County Community College District for fiscal year 2022, 2023. Sorry. Okay. Item 5.6, discussion and action to approve salary increases for employees of the El Paso County Community College District for fiscal year 2022, 2023.
I guess, so are we making the motion on the 4% period, or can we have discussion and then make a motion?
You have to have that in your motion.
Or I make a motion for the 5%.
Okay, well, you can do that.
I second. But we had a motion on the floor, did we?
No.
We had a
Okay, well
motion.
then I second the motion.
The only discussion I have is that we are given them, once you do it once, you're gonna be expecting it every year.
Well, no, because even if they expected it every year before, they knew that we weren't in a position to make it. That's why we made a 2%.
Unmute yourself.
Huh?
Unmute yourself.
You're muted, so.
Well, that's good.
Can we keep him muted?
You know what, never mind, just keep it that way. What was I thinking? My question is it sustainable at 5%? I'm sure you wouldn't put it if it wasn't, but just want to make sure that that's something that can be, because it's not like it's just a one-time thing. This is going to be,
it's a reoccurring cost.
it's a reoccurring cost. So is this something, is 5% going to put us in a pickle?
So I'll begin, Ms. Shaughnessy, and then I'll let you chime in. So I would remind the board that we have not had a tuition increase. This would be the 3rd fiscal year that we do not move forward with a tuition increase. We have not had a tax increase. This would be the 4th year. And we've had 4 in the last 17 years, tax increases. So from my perspective, it is sustainable. That we may entertain tuition increases in the future. I just don't believe that when enrollment is starting to stabilize or potentially could fall slightly further, I don't believe it's the right time to implement a tuition increase. Given everyone's burden with taxes, which has been heard throughout our community, we don't believe that it is the right time to entertain a tax increase either. We're able to handle this within the current budget And in the future, we will bring scenarios to the board.
The only other, I guess, item that kind of gave me I understood, like, on the presentation that you had mentioned, well, maybe we would consider at a later date. What I understood, maybe, right, depending on where we were, whether we would do, I guess, take advantage of the HERF, right, that we have that HERF. So we know that earlier in the summer, we did provide that payment for the staff. The only thing I would be concerned about that, and why I would be supportive of the 5%, is that I don't know if that's a sure thing, right? I mean, is that something we can do? And then another second part of that is that, you know, with the HERF funding, even though we could use it for that, perhaps it could be reallocated to something else for the students.
Yes, ma'am.
So with the idea in mind that we don't want to return that, we should be able to expend all of that money. So that's, I guess, the other focus, and sort of where I'm coming from is that there is multi-uses of the HERF funding, and so that's why I see, in my mind, the 5% as something that, you know, I think is I would support. Before we take the vote, you know, something else that I guess to consider, maybe not for this budget year, but the next budget year, and I'm very happy to have this conversation, I think, at the regular board meeting, perhaps when there's more individuals that are listening, is that, you know, there hasn't been, just as we mentioned, a tax increase. You know, I think that's a great thing. We don't want to burden our taxpayers with anything more than they have to bear. We also are not burdening our students, right, with a tuition increase. But with all that said, funding has to come from somewhere else. We know that HERF will be cut. You know, it's not forever. And so maybe for the next budget session, I think we really need to start thinking about then where can we cut? If the desire of this body or any other future governing body is not to, you know, I think we do have to not look at at a tax increase or burdening the students with a tuition increase. We really then need to take a very close look at the budget overall and consider a very, I think a significant cut on some of maybe those services that we want to be able to provide, that we should provide, but are not going to be, quite frankly, realistic if this is the way that the college wants to go. So that's just some food for thought for next year. I think we should be proud of ourselves with that. But as a college, we keep growing, as with, in terms of the services, in terms of the needs that our students have, in terms of the efforts that we're trying to do with mental health component, with the recruitment component, so it's not going to get smaller. The needs are going to be there, and it's just a matter, and I know you all do this very well, being strategic on how to do this, but this governing body really needs to be aware then that the money's going to have to come somewhere, right? If the level of services that we want to be able to provide in the future to be sustainable and to be the best value for this community, then that's something this board is going to really need to take a hard look at. But with that said, I mean, I think our faculty, I think our staff do deserve the pay increase. They are, the backbone of this institution, and so that is why, for myself, I would support the 5%. Those are just my comments on the budget. And thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy, and your staff. You always do such a great presentation. It's thorough. It's easy to understand. I think if anybody from the public would need to watch this, they can do so. And with the backup presentation in terms of the information that's there, it's very accessible. So thank you to you and your staff for all your hard work.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Sanchez. We appreciate that recognition. I'm very, very well supported, and certainly very well supported by Dr. Serratan, and we do appreciate the board's support also.
And I think that we can have positive expectations, especially with Dr. Maya here, that increase in enrollment is going to happen, and that will bring in revenue. I certainly share Ms. Sanchez's concern, and that we do need to continue being very strategic, but when it comes to the following year, we'll just have to look at the budget then, like we've done before, and if the money's not there, then we will make the decision. But I think this particular year, I was hoping that we would be able to go with a 5%.
And if they're saying it's sustainable, I think it's a fantastic idea. I mean, if it's something that you're comfortable with, Dr. Serrata and Ms. Shaughnessy, then I don't see why not. I think it's a good idea. It's well-deserved.
Well, it
So-
definitely helped with inflation at what it's at, so it's not even gonna help meet it, but it'll help.
Right.
And I think that the faculty and staff is cognizant again of the board's actions. So within a 2-year period, this would be a 7% across the board salary increase. In addition, I'll remind the board that you approved a one-time payment in December of last year that was $1,500 for full-timers and $1,000 for part-timers. In addition, this past July, the board approved, in June, it went through in July, the board approved another one-time payment that was $2,500 for full-time and $1,000 for part-time. So, on behalf of the faculty and staff, we're certainly appreciative of the board's recognition of inflation and all the efforts that the board has made to try and mitigate that for our faculty and staff. Thank you.
But I think the board is also very conscious and aware of the effort that the, faculty, staff, administration, everybody's making to get us back to, to a sense of normalcy after the pandemic. So that would be something that is a nice thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Graham.
Any other discussion? Call the question.
Mrs. Robles.
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez.
Aye.
Dr. Graham.
Aye.
Ms. Naheda.
Aye.
Mr. Haggerty.
Aye. Do you wanna go over your next page, Joe said, or we're good with that?
I'm sorry, sir,
You got a page here that says the next steps. You wanna go over
I
that?
di-
You just wanna-
I did, so I don't know if the presentation is still up.
Yes, it is.
We just had to take care of something in between there.
I don't know if, do you have time, Ms. Sanchez?
Yes, I do have.
Okay.
Go
It's
ahead.
it's actually pretty brief. Do you all have the presentation, Zach? Because I
Yes.
cannot tell you. You do?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Are you still seeing the funding strategies?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Okay, so the next page actually was really more for your information in terms of the, any type of revenue, additional revenue for tax increase. But this is really important that you can see the kind of capacity are. Can you see the screen on the additional revenue from property tax increase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, thank you. And again, this is really a moot point because we are not recommending a property tax rate increase. But this is just for you to see what the current tax rate or the no new revenue tax rate that we'll be recommending to the board of 12.2611 cents per $100 valuation, what kind of space you have between that rate and the authorized rate. So just to kind of see right now, the cap is at 15 cents. So the very last line, the very last row on that slide shows that you would have to increase your tax rate by 22.34% in order to even get to the 15 cents. Of course, we know that is absolutely, that's not the case at all because the voter approval rate, which is a tax rate that is the maximum tax rate you can have before going to the taxpayers for any kind of rollback, is 13.2861. So this is just in your packet for you to just be aware. Of course, it's going to change again next year. We do anticipate another increase in valuation next year as as the Central Appraisal District has already indicated. So it's just there for your information. But also that also shows you what 1% tax increase kind of generate in additional revenue, about $687,000 for 1% increase. And then our next steps, again, thank you so much for all your attention. The approval of the salary enhancement recommendation by the Board of Trustees obviously was the main action that we were looking at for today. We will continue our recruitment efforts for fall registration with the help of Dr. Amalia and his team. We're going to revise and refine revenue projections. We're going to finalize the additional budget requests, as Dr. Salat has indicated. And then we're going to come before you on August the 29th to have the budget adopted. by law, you have to adopt a budget by August 31st. And Ms. Yes is going to be overjoyed when that happens, because she is going to be ready to roll the budget in the banner system on September the 1st. And as you know, we'll also take our tax rate for the board adoption by September 30th. That is the legal requirement, but the bottom line, we're looking at taking that to you now on August the 29th. And then, as you know, September the 1st, we start our new fiscal year. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind attention. And again, I would be remiss if I did not thank my staff. I do want to recognize Juanita Martinez and Jackie Cabral in my office that have supported me with this presentation. And certainly, again, Ms. Teyes and her staff, they do a tremendous job trying to compile all this information. And it's basically a crazy life for them in the office starting in February. And of course, Mr. Flores for his assistance with many projections, and Dr. Salata, obviously, for his support. And to the board, thank you again for your attention.
Okay, Josette, make sure that the board appreciates all your work and your staff's work.
I sure will. Thank you, sir. And they already know that, but thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Stay safe and have a good weekend, what's left of it. Do we have anything else?
No executive session.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn.
So made.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Go Days, we're adjourned.